Evening all. Welcome back to Beyond the Lane, episode 50. We're back. Big up, guys. Apologies for the delay. Hope everyone's keeping well. Smash the like button, subscribe if you're new to the channel. Much appreciated. How's everyone doing tonight? Big up to Nige, mate. How you doing, Nige? Pleased to be back, mate.
Hey, mate, I'm good. It's good to be back. It's been a while, hasn't it, since we've done one of these? Over a year, probably. But yeah, it's good to be back. Big up Dan, big up Danny, big up Cookie, and big up to the chat.
Big up, mate. Big up. Yeah, it's been too long, man. 10 months since we've done our last show. So, yeah, it's great to be back, man. We're going to get this on a regular thing again every Tuesday night. I mean, next week we got to go Wednesday because of the bloody Carabao Cup game against Charlton, right? So we've got to go Wednesday. But normally it's going to be on a Tuesday night, guys, 8 o'clock. Let's hope we can just keep that consistency up again. Now, let's welcome in our guests. We got Danny to the right, mate. Appreciate you coming on. How are you, man?
You're all right, mate. Much pleasure. Been a long day. Let's just put it that way. But apart from that, all cool. Yourselves?
Yeah, so I had a busy day, mate, as I said in the back room. Yeah, but grafting today, mate. Grafting. Bloody shattered, mate. I'm going to feel it in the morning. I've been cutting my mum and dad's hedges in their garden. Bloody hell, and the size of them. I had to climb up this ladder. I thought I was going to fall off it. Bloody hell, mate. It was it was hard work. But now I'm pleased. They were happy with it. Good job done. You know, you just got to do it. My dad just come out of hospital. He had so he can't be getting up ladders anymore. So yeah, so that job's over to me now. But look, cheers, Dan, for coming on. Cookie, mate, how you doing?
Yeah, mate, all good. Big up to everyone in the chat. Dan, Nige, yourself. Looking forward to a good show, mate. To be honest, I ain't been as busy as you lot, I've got to say, but I'm knackered anyway. So we can all claim to be knackered tonight, even if I haven't done half as much as what you lot have done today. But all good, mate. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, cheers for coming on, mate. We'll find the energy. Spurs, isn't it? Always the same, mate. Always something to talk about. What's the saying? Go, Danny.
Same Spurs, different day.
And that's it. And that's it. And that just sums it all up in a nutshell, right? Let's go to the chat and welcome some people in tonight. And yeah, apologies for the delay again, but you know, first show back. Thank you for being here, everyone. Got Tom in the chat. Big up, Dan. Going to run, clear my head. Looking forward to listening after. Look, I ain't been in the WhatsApp groups today. Ain't looked on X. God knows what's happened. We had a little chat in the back room. Yeah, nothing exciting, to be honest. So look, but we're plenty to talk about tonight. We'll be getting into it. We got Simon in the chat as well. Evening to you, Simon. Big up to Logan in the chat. Evening, Dan and chat. Big up, everyone. Hope all is well. Got Pete in the chat. Big up, Pete. He's doing his 10K run. Tom, good luck, man. Back from a 10K run. So you're probably leading up to a marathon or some sorts, or maybe you're just a runner. I'm sure you'll let us know.
Be able to walk that, let alone run it.
That's long, isn't it? 10K, mate. You must be fit. You must be fit, mate. The days of running are gone for me, man.
You'll do up front for Tottenham, Tom, on Saturday if you can run 10K, mate. That'll do.
Big up, man. Big up. A few hellos in the chat. And then we got Guy from the lane in. How you doing, Guy, mate? Oi, chat panel. You're my evening radio while I'm out working on a project. Hope you're good, man. Welcome back. Yeah, we're back. Yeah, it's been too long. Carl's in the chat. Evening to Carl. Evening chats and chats. Big up. We got also Paul, my mate Paul in the chat. How you doing, Paul, mate? Big up, Dan, Cookie, Danny, and Nige. Big ups to you, mate. And Wayne's in the chat, straight in there with 1,000 joules trophy cake. Cheers, man. Cheers, Wayne, mate. Much appreciated, mate. I hope you're good. Thank you so much for the joules. And we got Adrian in the chat. Big up to you, Adrian. Good evening, all. They're all coming in now. We signed a bomber. I mean, come on. Come on, mate. That's the spirit, isn't it? We signed a bomber. Who we signed? Guys, do you rate these signings? Look, we'll get into it. We'll cover the transfer window, the squad, the Brentford game. We're going to do a bit of comparison tonight. It was Dan really got me kind of yesterday on Stell's show. He came up with he thinks our midfield are as good as to be in the top 6. So we're going to have a look at that into a little bit more detail. I think that's a really interesting discussion, and I'm sure we'll have different opinions on it all. So yeah, that'll be good. We'll be getting into that a bit later on. Paul says, "What's this? Enid doing the same old shit? some things never change, eh? Well, not everyone thinks that, Paul. Got to be honest, and there'll be some different opinions on the show tonight about ENIC and are they changing? Look, there's lots to get into, man. What's this here? Demba Bar, son, Bomba. Check my pitch. I know you are, man. I've never seen you before in the chat. Big up to Andrew as well. Evening to you. Big up to Kevin in the chat as well. Evening to you, man. Hope you're good. We got Winkle in the chat as well. Winkle, how do you say his name? Is it Winkler? Winkler?
Winkle.
Sorry, Winkle. I love the name, man.
Yeah.
Winkle. Stink bomb. More like a stink bomb. Basically, no bomber. Got Scott in the chat as well. Big up to you, Scott. ENIC 2.0 equals ENIC 1.0. Evening, chaps. Tom, that's it. Big up, guys. Thank you so much for all your messages. And look, guys, we got super chats open. Like, if you want to, if you want your comment read out through the night, leave a super chat. Much appreciated. Smash the like button. Subscribe to my guests. I'll get their links up shortly. So let's just kick off, right? Let's just get into it straight away, really. So where we're going to start? Let's have a look at that. Let's just get straight into it, right? Okay, so we got what, four days to go now to the season starts, right? Are we ready? Nearly ready? Or underprepared? Yeah, Danny, let's kick off with you, mate. Where'd you say we're at? Ready, nearly ready, or underprepared, mate?
Well, we're definitely underprepared because we haven't got anything up front. I mean, you look at that midfield, obviously we'll go to that later, significantly better than what it was. I think the defence is significantly better, depending how we play it. Just up front, we've got absolutely nothing. So we're definitely not prepared. If we had at least one winger or striker, you could say we're prepared enough. But at the moment, we got nothing. We got nothing up front. What have we got? Tell Richarlison, and it looks like we're going to have to play Mikey Moore on the right.
Yeah.
So,
what more do you want?
In that aspect, exactly that. So, in that aspect, where are we going? What are they doing? Are they actually doing anything? I suppose it's that thing. Only time will tell.
Yeah, well, that was clear, Dan. Very clear, mate. Straight on the money on that one. Let's go to Nige. See what he thinks.
Oh God, I think we're massively underprepared. I think. Listen, the signings, we'll get into the signings later, but just the fact that half of the team haven't even played together yet this pre-season. I mean, we saw Fernandes and Tonali, the very first pre-season game for the first half. Other than that, we've not seen them together all pre-season. The centre-back partnership, we had obviously Van Hecken and Senesi played together for the first time at the weekend. They're probably going to play together this weekend. Hardly any time together. For me, it's more about relationships than anything else. And I just feel with the injuries, with the players, I would have thought that we would have played at least a few games with kind of at least an idea of the first 11. I thought Saturday we might start with the strongest side we could possibly. Didn't feel like we did that. And I feel like we're massively underprepared. I didn't think pre-season helped. I thought we had some really poor fixtures. I think the tour, even though I know we've got to go, is, sponsorship, all that. I think the fixtures we had were just a waste of time. Apart from the Chelsea game, I just think whole pre-season has been a bit of a waste, really, for me. And I think we're massively undercooked.
Again, man, Nige straight on it, mate. No, not messing about, mate. You're not messing about. And let me go to you again. Did you learn anything from pre-season, mate?
Well, not really. I don't think. Obviously we saw De Zerbi's style come out quite a bit. The way we like to play out from the back, the way we like to press from the front. We are going to see better football, but I just think as a fan base, if we are expecting us to fly out of the blocks, I think we might be disappointed. I think it could be a slow start. But I think once we click, we'll be fine. It just might take us maybe a month before we actually get into any sort of rhythm. But I don't know. I could be wrong. We could fly out of the blocks against Brentford and it is what it is. But I just don't see it at the moment.
Friendlies are pretty much irrelevant anyway, aren't they? I mean, I don't pay no attention to them because you're basically playing your B team against their B team with one or two of your A players. I mean, you can go and win 5 friendlies on the trot and then go and get smashed 5 games on the trot when it comes to the league, can't you? Friendlies, to me, they're just another little money-making thing, basically.
Yeah, so you didn't learn anything, Dan, mate? Anything at all? Notice anything you thought, All right, that looks all right. Or any kind of style of play, anything like that?
I watched a couple of the replays and that, just some of it. But honestly, I don't pay much attention to the friendlies. I really don't. I think they're pretty much a waste of time, most of them, especially when you start going over halfway around the world to play them and everything. If anything, I think that does more damage to the players. If you're going to do a friendly, go and do some friendlies on a couple of local teams like Millwall or something like that. That'd be an amusing one to do, definitely. You'd get a few people there, I reckon. But do at least keep it in your bloody country or keep it in a local place in Europe as such. You don't have to fly halfway around the bloody planet. That can't do the players any good.
Nah, definitely not, man. It's been, look, a lot of fans enjoy pre-season, don't they? They like going to some of the game. Well, there wasn't hardly any games. Also, one game at the stadium. Fans are doing watch-alongs. A lot of kind of analysts, analysing the performances, individual performances. I mean, look, people love it, don't they? Any game, pre-season game, games of the season, fans just get so into it. So, look, Cookie, mate, what do you reckon, mate? Ready, underprepared, nearly ready, whatever?
No, nowhere near, Dan. Nowhere near. It is. Oh, thank you. I'm getting me drinks delivered and everything. Yeah. What can I say?
Nice.
Thanks, Luce. We are underprepared. There's no doubt about that. When you haven't got a forward line coming in as of now, and you've had to play all your pre-season games with players that are not going to be, or a lot of the players that are not going to be featuring as such once the season gets underway. To me, it's disappointing because I know Spurs had a lot to do, but like I've said many times, I just want them to give the manager a first team to go out there and have a go with. So, yeah, underprepared, undercooked, and we just have to see what happens on Saturday night, Dan, won't we, mate? I don't know what else to say, really. But...
Yeah, man. I agree with you all. We're not prepared at all, man. I've been saying it for the past few weeks, to be honest. We ain't seen the first team play. We ain't got our forwards in. Yeah, we got injuries. Nothing new there at the club. Maddison not played a game, injured again. The doggy injured, not played a game. Who else is injured? VDV injured as well. Obviously, we got the long-term injuries, which we all knew about. Sorry, Nigel, what are you going to say, mate?
Judas, not played a minute yet.
Yeah, and he's come back from a long-term injury, so I didn't expect to see him. I mean, he's been running in training. Kulu ain't got no minutes in his legs. People reckon he's back. Kulu is back, and he's gonna make a difference. I mean, it's been so long, man, hasn't it?
The thing I found a bit strange about this one is, like I say, I think the window has been a good window so far with the quality of player that we've got. I think we've got some good quality players. I think we've definitely improved the team. But it's obvious where we ain't. The question I've more got for people in general, I do find this fan base, I mean, you're always going to have the positive ones. You're always going to have the more negative ones. When I say negative, I'll probably mean more realistic ones. There seems to be a lot of patience here. Hell of a lot of patience compared to what there usually is. I bet you if that was Daniel Levy still in charge, there'll be people calling for riots outside the place and everything. I bet you if that was Daniel Levy still doing the work there, I bet you there wouldn't be so many people being quiet about it. You'd still have the usual lot, us lot, a couple of others saying like, okay, it's been okay so far, but we definitely need to improve on that. But I've heard of so many people now the aspect of, oh yeah, but we've got till the end of the window. Now I agree with that as well, but I'm hearing it off a lot more people than I usually do. Now, if it was Daniel Levy in charge, what do you think would be happening? Just a question.
I mean, people will be getting, very antsy, right? More antsy than usual. But I mean, all us lot, right? You know, the people we stream with, you know, all the different streams, we all jump on each other's streams and everyone in the chat, everybody is moaning, but maybe the general fan base is different, I think. I think that's what you mean, right? I mean, people seem very optimistic to the season. There's certain YouTube channels, Spurs channels, who are optimistic for the season, really looking forward to it, reckon that Spurs are going to make Champions League, as long as they get the forwards in, and they still believe that they will. Is that what you mean, Dan?
No,
No.
no. People
No.
are being extremely patient more than usual. Yeah. Now I'm
Who
one.
though?
Do you know what? If we get him on the last day of the season, no, it's not good, but at least you get your player. Yeah. And we have done some good business at the start of the season. And I think this is frustrating a bit more than anything. We thought we was going to get everything. But again, what I'm saying is, if Daniel Levy was still in charge, I reckon you'd see the whole thing melting down. The whole, like 90% of the Spurs fan base just going into one. Same old Spurs, different day sort of thing, like I say, and everything. Levy this, Levy that, and everything. People would be going off their head. All of a sudden, it's gone totally quiet. No different to what it usually did. I mean, we was going to break the transfer window prices anyway. You know, we had to do it. And look at the cost of players. But people just seem to be a little bit more patient at the moment. I mean, and look who we've got up there. We've got Lange, for God's sake. And all of a sudden, people have got patience with him.
Who's being patient, Dan? I'm sorry, I'm missing this. Are you referring to anyone particular, or because I'm
just talking about. I've heard I see a lot of the chat and a lot of other things. I'm hearing that phrase, yeah, but the window don't shut for another couple of weeks. Whereas usually, if you go back last year and the year before, people was already going off their head when there was still a month left that nothing had been done. I just find the patience is all of a sudden a bit more there with the fan base.
And one thing is as well, Dan, if you don't mind me jumping in, sorry.
Yeah, it's all right.
You saying that, would Van Heck, Tonali and Fernandez be here if Levy was still here? Probably not.
That's the question. I don't think so. I don't think he'd have got the deals done. Not like that. He wanted to save a penny. He always did. But yeah, like my question is, like I said, I just find the fan base to be a lot more patient as a whole in the moment through what I see in the chat.
The thing is, because maybe we've got De Zerbi in, people are very trusting, even though he had 7 games at the end of last season, people are a lot more trusting. You know, let's get behind this manager. Maybe because we did, and I know what you mean, you know, eventually we're always going to break the transfer record, but the fact that we have on a player, let's be honest, none of us actually thought we'd get. I think if someone had said before we got him, Spurs were in for Tonali, we'd be like, yeah, that ain't happening. The fact that we got him and Fernandez and Van Heck, that people just like, oh, okay, things are happening there. And okay, we're back to the old Spurs now. But maybe there's a lot more patience there because they think maybe we are going to do something because we did it with Tonali, we did it with Fernandez.
So if we don't go and get the strikers or the winger that we need, which we know could quite possibly happen like that, who are people going to blame then? Are people going to blame anyone?
Oh, they blame the recruitment team, Dan.
Probably.
I'm just interested to see who people are going to blame because he's not here anymore to blame.
Yeah.
So who do they blame now?
I'm going to go to it in a minute. I've got a super chat I want to bring up. I did say I'll bring up the super chat. So big up to Tim Man in the chat, man. Thank you so much for your very generous super chat. He says, Enoch need to learn the alphabet. After plan A comes plan B. Have zero trust in his owners. 7 weeks since we signed Tonali. Let that sink in. I mean, I don't. Yeah, I'm with you, Tin Man, with that. And then going back to the conversation, I mean, the blame has got to be it's on the recruitment team, right? Whoever's making the decisions, Lange and bloody hell, who else is there making those decisions? There's a team of them, isn't there, in the recruitment? Lange, Vinay is in there. De Zerbi is part of it because he's like saying yes or no to players, but it's not his job to go on and get the players over the line. That's down to the recruitment team. So I think the blame will have to lie on Vinay, Lange. We all know that Lange is never going to be good enough and he'll probably be out the door as soon as we get a replacement. The trouble is they ain't got a replacement yet because they've got to get a particular style of director of football to work with De Zerbi. And it's about how much control De Zerbi has. And that director of football, is he okay with the massive input De Zerbi has? So it's a lot going on, a little bit political there. Guys, anyone want to add on to anything to that?
If De Zerbi's got this massive say in it, which I do think he has a much bigger say in it than pretty much any other manager has, because I reckon that was part of the deal, because Spurs literally had to kiss his ass on every which way, then surely he has to take some of the blame as well, doesn't he? I mean, surely he's not just sitting. If he's got such a say in it, like people say, like we think he has, I think he has, he's got more of a say than anyone else has, then shouldn't he by now be saying, like, right, by the look of it, you ain't going to get my man in Savinho that he conveniently wants that we've been after for 3 windows, and Robertson that he conveniently wanted as well, but who I'm quite happy with that. Shouldn't he also have a plan B, C sort of thing, and D of players that he would accept?
No, I get it.
If he's got such a big say in it, that is.
No,
just
I
playing
think,
devil's advocate.
No, I get it totally. I get it. If he's got a major impact in the recruitment, then yeah, where is plan B? Like Tim Man says. Thank you, Tim Man, for your super chat. Yeah, what is it? Savinho, I wouldn't be waiting around that long for a player. I'd either get the deal done. If you can't get hold of him weeks ago, then you move to the next target. Why mess about this close to the season start? It's same with Gakpo, same with any forward player that we haven't managed to bring in this summer transfer window. So you can blame Dan, you can blame De Zerbi, Lange, Vinay, anyone else who's involved with the recruitment. And they have to take responsibility. You can even go to above to Enoch and blame them as well, because they've still kept these blokes in the job. Yeah, and if they do not deliver in that forward line before the start of the season, then by the very, very latest close of that transfer window, then a whole lot of them have got to be blamed, and it's a failure, in my opinion.
But then they delivered at the start, though, didn't they?
Yeah, but
like Nigel said.
Yeah, they did deliver at the start, but this club is desperate for forwards. Even if it was one, Dan, like you said, even if we had one in, we'd be like, okay, yeah, then it'll ease the pressure a little bit. But I mean, I'm going to move this discussion a little bit sideways now. I just want to go to the chat. Big up to everyone there in the chat who's joined us. Just say a few hellos, and if anyone else has joined us who I haven't said hello to, I'll try to get through it. We've got Rob in the chat. Big up to you, Rob. Not here to blame, but building filled with Levy clowns. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I get what you mean. A lot of people still at the club under Levy's reign, maybe that's what he's indicating there. We've got Ryan in the chat. Big up to you, Ryan. Hope you're good, man. John in the chat as well. Got who else is this? The June Pinoy. Sorry if I pronounced it wrong. Lange and Agent Vinay are two sat at the club. Is that right? Two what?
Cockroaches, is it? Spiders, whatever.
Yeah, cockroaches. I couldn't see it. Fair enough. Look. Let's move this a little bit sideways. We can come back to this discussion. It's going to come out, Dan, and Cookie and Nige, just all night. This discussion about who's responsible if we don't get these players in, man. It's just going to be a constant theme. I can just feel it tonight. It's going to be that, especially so close to the season, and that we ain't got those forwards now. Nigel, I was talking to you about this earlier. Dan, you're going to love this. Yeah, so look, is this the situation we're getting into now, right? So we got the pre-season, right? And it's the same thing again. Alistair Gold he's one of the he's singing it the most. Oh, Mikey Moore, didn't he have a good game? Scored 2 goals. We're gonna have to rely on these kids going into the season. Look, first of all, De Zerbi has said that he does want to kind of involve some of these kids in the first team. You know, maybe they're going to stick around and train with the first team. Maybe they'll get a few minutes here or there. But it's got to the point now that we're looking at having to rely on these kids, because who else have we got?
Well, don't you think that if we're going to start relying on the kids, it's going to keep a certain percentage of the fan base happy in it? Because usually that's all they talk about is kids, how they want the kids to play and everything, how Mikey Moore should be playing more games, how Archie Gray should be playing more games. Bergvall, needs to get more. Oh, and don't forget Kinksky as well. Not quite a kid, but an inexperienced goalkeeper that deserves a chance and everything and that. And we've got to give him a go. Yet we're also talking about getting in £100 million players and fighting for a top 6 or even a top 5 place, basically, because top 5 is now Champions League. But yeah, I just do find it quite contradicting the way the system works, because there'd be so many people out there claiming, yeah, but the kids have got to get games. Yeah, but this goalkeeper needs to get experience. And at the same time, moaning that we ain't buying £100 million players. Is that not a contradicting fan base, or am I being a bit harsh there?
No, you're spot on. It's the same every summer, Dan. You know, a few kids do well in the pre-season, and then it's like, oh, maybe they can do a job next year. I thought we were moving away from this window, right? I thought we were signing experienced pros. You know, the kids need to kind of be shoved aside to a bit until we get this team, till we get a competitive team again, a team that's going to kind of start winning games of football.
Yeah, I couldn't care less about the kids, about the youth academy. I don't support youth academy. I don't support the players either. I really don't care. I reckon we should just milk them up like Chelsea and just use them as cannon fodder basically, and get the money in for them like everyone else does. But we just seem to be a club that goes on and on and on and on about these kids should be playing, but then want £100 million player.
Go on, Nige.
The fan base is already in meltdown because Lancashire scored 2 at the weekend. It's like, why did we sell him? What's going on? For me, listen, I'm all up for giving youngsters a chance, but for me, we need a settled team first, and we're nowhere near a settled team at the moment. So let's do that first, and then if the youngsters are good enough, your Luca Williams-Barnett, who I do think will be good enough. If he's good enough, he'll find his way. If he's not, then like the rest, he'll be sold. For me, I'm with Dan. I think, listen, Chelsea done it for years. We should do it as well. If they're not good enough now, get rid. It is what it is. Don't forget, Chelsea had De Bruyne and Salah playing for them as kids, as young players. They got rid of them because they weren't good enough. Yeah, they went on to have fantastic careers elsewhere, but sometimes you take that risk. Lancashire might go on to be a fantastic striker. He might not. But 20 million at a time, can't turn it down.
And on top of that as well, we've sold some kids in this window. Vuskovic, 50 million, never put a shirt on for the first team. Lancashire proved to be not good enough, 20 million. Ashley Phillips proved to be not good enough at this time, another 20 million. There's 90 million quid there for 3 kids that people say are not good enough for the team. So perhaps we are starting to do that a little bit. Anyway, maybe.
Yeah, but we're going into match day 1, right? With Mikey Moore favourites to start, aren't we? And let's go. Let's go back to that. I want to go back to that picture because I do want your guys' thoughts on these players. And who would you choose to kind of stick around, or are you just happy to send them all out on loan? If we have to play a couple of them or 1 or 2 of them, who are you selecting? Who De Zerbi should be selecting? So we've got Mikey Moore there. Tell we know is going to be starting. Bergvall, Gray. Who else is there? The Hardy bloke, and then Williams-Barnett.
Yep.
Terrible AR Williams-Barnett, by the way. But
yeah, it's what it is. Go on,
Tell's going to be starting. By the look of it, Mikey Moore's going to be starting. Depending how fit Porro is, it looks like our Archie Gray will be starting, and
no doubt been captain as well.
And captain, yeah.
Captain.
We haven't even. He's been captain in the friendlies, isn't
he? Yeah.
What is going on, man? Captain on the first day of the season. Why haven't we chose a captain yet? What the fuck is going on there?
That makes sense, doesn't it?
I don't know, mate. We were talking about this beforehand, weren't we? Just briefly, but as far as I know, in the games he's played in and started, he's been the captain in pre-season.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't understand it, mate. I don't. Perhaps I can't even give a reason for it. I said to you guys, perhaps he sees it as Archie Gray was there before a lot of the players that were there that were available, and he's made him captain. I don't know, Dan. I don't get it. I don't understand it.
I don't understand it. I don't like it. I tell you what, I do not like that.
For the friendlies, I reckon it's just because he's there for the friendlies. I mean, surely if he goes and makes, he ain't going to get made as captain, is he? Yeah. I mean, if you was Tonali, would you come to a place and then be told that your captain is Archie fucking Gray? Would you really put up with that? That's like taking your cousin out and you've been going clubbing for the past 5-6 years on the pool and that, and your little cousin who's just 18 on his second week out, who only popped his cherry last week, is preaching that you're out to pull a fucking bird. You ain't gonna put up with that, are you?
I don't understand it, man. They should be preparing the team for potential captain to get into the captain mode in the pre-season friendlies. Not giving it to a kid who, many fans just don't. It's just not ready. Gray, he's just not ready. Who's that then? Madison, VDB,
Madison, Van der Ven, yeah.
Porro.
Yes, they're both injured.
Yeah, Porro
wasn't back.
Porro or Tonali, I think, should be captain, and then maybe third choice Van der Ven. Maddison has got nothing about a captain material about it. Absolutely nothing at all. He's just as poor as Son when it comes to a captain on the pitch. As soon as he gets kicked a couple of times, or as soon as it ain't going the team's way, he's not exactly the type of player to get the team up. Porro's actually got that in him. Gives it 110% every game. Do you know, if I'm going to be honest, I think Richarlison would be a better captain than Maddison. It's just he wouldn't be able to be captain as in you follow his lead as such, if you get what I mean. He's got more the mentality for a captain in that aspect. Porro has, Maddison, for me, he's not captain material.
Dan, who are you choosing as captain, mate, then? Who do you want as captain going into the season with what we got?
Choice, I'd have Tonali or Porro. One of them two, and I could easily make Robertson as a choice for vice captain as well. I mean, look at the experience he's got, the winning he's got, and he is a captain as well.
That makes sense. That does make sense. Yeah, Robertson one is an interesting one, definitely. Yeah, because he will be speaking up in that dressing room, won't he? He'll be looking around thinking, there's not many players who've won much here. Proper winning anything.
And just with the thing about what I said about Richarlison mentally on that pitch would be a better captain than Maddison. Because one thing you can't take away from Richarlison, and I don't rate that player in any means or manner, he gives it 110% every time he plays. Even though he's absolutely crap, that's why he couldn't be a captain. Every time he touches the ball, it bounces 6 foot off his bloody feet. But he's got the captain mentality in him. He'd be one shouting at the players, come on, get your act together. We can do this. Same as Porro would.
Yeah,
Maddison,
I get that.
He just ain't that sort of person.
Oh, Maddison, man. Maddison, we're going to be talking about Maddison later. Look, captains, guys, and chat as well. I'll go down in the chat in a minute and see what people are saying. Who should be the captain? Nige, who do you want?
For me, I said I'd have Tonali. I'd like a fresh, just like a totally fresh slate, new player, new ideas. Tonali, and I said ages ago as well when we first signed Robertson, I would have Robertson, but I didn't know whether he was going to start as much. I see him starting all the time now. I don't see a doggy getting his place back at all. So Tonali, Robertson, or even maybe a Senesi or Van Heck, depending whether, obviously Senesi might not get a lot of game time once Van der Ven's back. So, but Van Heck as well. I think he's a good leader.
Okay, fair enough. Cooking, mate, are you having captain?
Well, I think you're all being a bit. You're missing out one player. You know why they haven't announced the captain yet. You know why. Harry's coming back, isn't he? No, not really. Not really.
Don't start that again.
I'm only joking, everyone. It's all right. Calm down.
That palaver we had the other week. Oh my days!
Listen,
it's never going to happen.
I shouted out weeks ago to Tonali. I did when he came in. I said I wanted a fresh slate. If we're going De Zerbi, he's the man in charge. Yeah. Have a fresh mentality of that captain hub or whatever they call it. Sorry, I can't remember. So I'd have Tonali as captain. I'd have a Robertson, absolutely, for his experience as a member of that 3 or whatever it is, 3 or 4 people, a vice captain, whatever, and probably Van der Ven as well, only because he sampled it a little bit last season. That's where I am with it anyway. I think Tonali about a great captain for Spurs. Honestly, I do.
I liked the idea of Tonali, to be honest. Yeah. Fresh start. He's the main man, isn't he? I think he's the biggest signing we've made this summer. But yeah, I like the idea of Tonali being the captain. You see him straight away. I know we've only seen him in a couple of games, but we saw him properly at the stadium the other day, just controlling that midfield. He's got, he's driving the team forward. If it's not going to be him, unfortunately, it's going to be maybe VDV. I mean, VDV, questionable last season. Very questionable with his attitude at certain moments of the season. He's like throwing his toys out the pram. I mean, he's not a young player. Do you know what I mean? He's been around a little while, played for Spurs 2 seasons previously. And yeah, it was disappointing to see how he's behaving, and he lost himself. And fans were doubting him. They were doubting him. And there was a period when fans were, people were saying, oh, Van der Ven is going to get sold for 100 million. Not after last season. Not after last season, I don't think. But it could be him. Porro is another one, very passionate.
Yeah, Porro as
For
well.
Spurs, signed a new contract. Maddison, he's not going to play enough games to be captain for me. And I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure. But it'll be interesting to see who De Zerbi chooses here. And I just want to go in the chat and big up to Solvex in the chat as well. Paul says at the moment it's only half a job done. You can argue that the front line was just as important as the defence. 100%. We're gonna break it down shortly. We're gonna go through the team very shortly. Big up to Steve in the chat as well. You don't win anything with kids. 100% we don't. But at the weekend, it looks like we're going to have to rely on the kids. Unfortunately, we could have 3 or 4 starting. That's crazy. Let's reply in. This is a couple more comments. Big up to Anthony in the chat as well. Adam reckons Bergwijn will go to Geordie's. Well, I don't know. He's been playing, isn't he, guys? He's since all that kind of he wanted to leave. De Zerbi's been playing him every game. What does that tell you, everyone?
He's had a lot of choice, has he?
Yeah.
The injuries that we've had, the players out, is either play Bergwijn or play someone younger. So I still wouldn't surprise me if he goes before the end of the window, personally. But yeah, for me, I don't know. I don't think he's had too many choices in that midfield area.
People have been raving about him, Nige, yeah? Anyone else come in? People have been raving about Bergwijn's performances in pre-season. I ain't seen it. I've got to be honest. I don't know what they're raving about. Anyone seen anything?
Look, let's be real. Again, it's another one. As soon as Spurs get a young player in there, all of a sudden we've got the next Gascoigne, we've got the next Messi, we've got the next whoever you want to bloody call it. It's another thing we are the most guilty fan base on the planet for. And it don't do no favours to the youth players when you all of a sudden put them right up the top and they've hardly even played. Bergwijn, go and check him up since he's come to us, yeah? As all he's good at doing is getting forward with the ball. He can't head the ball. He can't bloody shoot. He can't cross the ball. He can't pass the ball. He loses the ball every time he goes up front, or let's say 9.9 times out of 10. And when you actually look at his stats and everything, it is absolutely diabolical on every part of it, except running forward with the ball. But if you run forward with a ball and you can't do nothing with it, what use are you? I mean, I know what I'd use Bergwijn for, basically. I'd use him as bait. I'd go and put in £100 million bid for Morgan Gibbs-White and offer Bergwijn.
Yeah, all day long. All day long. They should have done that weeks ago. Once Bergwijn wanted to go, there was an offer from Forest. Then you've got to go and do a deal. Then this is the problem, Dan. There are people who's managing the recruitment. Are they ruthless enough? Are they clever enough? Have they got it in them to go and broker a deal like that?
I mean, leaving it as late as they are now, it quite possibly isn't going to happen. But, everyone's got money these days, bar maybe a Coventry or something. But practically every team in the Premier League, let's say top 15, have got money. You can't bully teams like you used to in the Premier League. Man U can't just go and bully anyone they want to anymore because the club needs the money. The way it is you need the money coming in to be able to spend the money you've got. Whereas it used to be you didn't even have the money, wasn't it? Whereas now you've got the money. Other teams can only spend so much. That's why we can still go out and throw the money about after finishing 17th, because the amount of income that we do have out of football as well. I mean, if you go and put a crazy bid on like that, they're obviously interested in Bergwijn anyway. They've put in a 40 million bid for him, so it says, or 50, whatever it was, but we want 60 for some reason. You know what? If we can't get the goal scorer on the left-hand side or the striker, we got to get goals somewhere. We don't know how much Maddison's going to be able to play. He's injured for a third of the season usually. I mean, what was it? Wayne Holland, I think it was the one who described it perfectly, and he's a Leicester supporter. He turns up for 1/3. He's brilliant. He's injured for 1/3, and then he disappears for 1/3 as well.
Dan,
he's not a consistent player.
I've got to bring something up now. I've got to bring something out I saw online. I hope you can all see this. You might have to blow up your screen a bit. Bloody hell. Look, these 3 jokers, right? These 3 jokers. Just have a little look. Take it in. Yeah, how many games they've missed, how many times they've been available for the season. I mean, someone put this together, on X, I think. It's just scary stuff, isn't it? Look at this. Percentage of matches completed, 18.8, 7.7. They can't even fucking make a whole 90 minutes. Look at it.
What a joke that is, isn't it?
Look at the injury records. Look at the injury records. Total days missed due to injuries. I mean... yeah, these guys, honestly, they've got to be shifted out. They've got to be shifted out of the club, and I not even getting rid of one of them. I mean,
That's,
come on.
That's £160 million worth of free players there. That's what Tottenham basically paid for those three, give or take a few mil. But my word, 7.7%.
Yeah, Maddison can't make 90 minutes. He can't do it.
He's been like that for a long time, though. I mean, like I said, like Wayne warned a lot of us basically of what was going to happen. It's word for word what's happened. Maddison is one that I'd quite happily keep for the season, but I wouldn't want to have him as, how shall I put it? As a manager, I would not want to rely on Maddison. Now, if Maddison could stay fit, I'll quite happily have him as a number 10. He's a good player. But I'd take Morgan Gibbs-White over him all day long because he's so much more capable overall as a player than Maddison. If you want a playmaker there, old school playmaker, Maddison on his day is still one of the best in the league. He knows what he's going to do with the ball before he even touches it. But then he disappears for half the game, but then does his little magic bit. Morgan Gibbs-White, he's in that game all the way through it. He's not injury prone. He can pass. He can shoot. He can hold on to the ball. He's also got some creativity with him, not to the extent that Maddison has, but as a complete player overall, Morgan Gibbs-White is much better than Maddison. Maddison can just pass the ball better and read the game better. But you can read the game and pass it all you want. If you ain't playing the fucking game, what does it matter? So if we can't get the goals on the left or the striker, then maybe we should look as a number 10 who can score goals, and Morgan Gibbs-White can.
Again, a really sensible solution, Dan. I remember we spoke about it the other night, mate. Such a sensible solution. And this is why I always go back to this recruitment team, and I don't trust them. Don't trust them. Yes, they made some good signings. Give them that. Yeah, we've got to give praise for the signings they brought in. But when we've got a glaring goal issue, lack of goals in this team, we have done, especially last season. It was terrible. It really dropped off last season. And Spurs have invested, and I think it was, Cookie, you said this, we've invested so much money in that forward line. These three people, they've spent money on these three players, and it ain't worked, has it? And, and it says right at the bottom there, key takeaway here, availability, consistency. Consistency equals success. And this has got to be sorted. And it ain't been sorted yet. Maddison will obviously, he can do some things on the pitch if he can stay fit. But, I mean, he's going to be injured, right? Everybody knows this. He's going to be injured. That's why it was probably really sensible to get another number 10. I know we got Xavi, but we don't know when he's coming back or what state he'll be in. Kulusevski, man, I can't rely on him. So we've got massive hole there. So it's not just the left winger, cover for Kudus on the right. It's a forward. It's a number 10. It's a whole bloody forward line still. Needs a hell of a lot of work. And that's why I think I'm kind of going into this season with not a lot of expectation, because they ain't fixed a massive, massive problem. Yes, they've improved the midfield. Fantastic. Definitely improvement. I'm really happy. Fernandez, Tonali, fantastic couple of signings. Happy with Van Hex and Essie. I'm kind of coming round to Robertson after seeing him a couple of times. And especially with Udogie, you can't rely on him at all. He's going to be injured all the time. We've got
Looks
Porro,
like he might be on the way out, Dan. Looks like he might be going Roma.
Who?
Udogie.
Is that true? Is that true?
Well, I've read a lot of it on the Italian stuff I check up, and Roma are very, very interested, and Spurs haven't said go away. Well,
I would sell him. Sell him in a heartbeat and get someone else in. But we're leaving it too late, Dan. We're leaving it too late. We've done the same thing with Spence. We let Spence go, which is fine. He wanted first team football. But who's the replacement? What's the plan? Because Porro gets an injury. It can happen, yeah? He gets a serious injury. He's out for the season. Who's coming in at right back?
Archie Gray.
Well, this is what I mean, guys. Honestly, this is why I'm just get so frustrated with the club. And yes, they've made some good bit of business, but you look at it, there's question marks and holes all over the pitch, all over the squad.
Dan, can I just say something? We did say a few weeks ago, right? People were saying, if we just get 2 in, it'll be okay. Yeah, we'll get by with just 2 in. Mate, we were saying weeks ago that the whole front line is injured, apart from Tell, and Mikey Moore. What the fucking hell's going on?
No, it's just...
Right, you've got Tell, you've got Richie, you've got Solanke. I think 95% of people say that the 2 up top, if they could get rid of them now, they would, right? And replace them, right? It doesn't matter who plays out of the pair of them. They're both as bad as one another when it comes to scoring goals and on the eye, I think. Anyway, I think they're both terrible, right? And there's no way that at a level of footballer that we should be employing up front for Tottenham Hotspur. Sorry, but I've seen fucking Berbatov, Robbie Keane, fucking you name it, right? And then I'm 58 years old having to watch Dumb and Dumber up front, right? It ain't on, mate. You got Maddison injured. You got Simmons injured. You got no number 10. People banging on about Kulu coming back. He's running on grass. He ain't kicked a football for 18 months. What are we doing? We got no one. We've got no one. And then when you list the team up, yeah, Tell and Mikey Moore. Brentford will be having a laugh, mate, that we've got to this stage of the season, right, and we're relying on Tell and Mikey Moore to provide ammunition for Dummer up front. Do me a favour, mate. This club needs sorting out, and again, I ain't got no problem with what they done early. Fair play. I'll sit here now and go, well done. All good stuff. What the fuck are you doing about the forward line? And the attacking midfielder and the right winger and the left winger? What are we doing?
If we finish 8th, we don't buy no one else, and we finish 8th, would you be satisfied with the season?
Me. Yeah.
Any of you?
Listen, anywhere near the Conference League place, if we can get somewhere near that and maybe get a bit of European football next season, I think it's a bonus. Right?
It would have done well. It would have done well, De Zerbi, with not that forward line to get 8th. He would have done well.
I think with the team we've got, I think we can get 8th.
Really, Dad?
Yeah, because apart from scoring goals, there's more to a game than scoring goals. Major part of it, obviously, yeah. But with that, we also lost a lot of games because we had absolutely no control in midfield and our defence was all over the place, same as the goalkeeper. Now that I think we've got a more stable defence and we've got a top 6 midfield that we can have control in games with, we're going to get more points significantly through not conceding stupid goals. Problem is going to be scoring the goals. But if you would have added on another 12 to 15 points of last season, which you could say we easily lost because of defence and midfield, where would we have finished last season with an extra 15 points or 12?
We've done all right. We'd have been near Europe, wouldn't we?
So in that aspect, if we don't get the strikers and that, which we obviously desperately need, but because we've got a solid midfield and a good defence, which I'm still shady with the goalkeeper personally, but, 5 good games, give him a go, but we need £100 million players. And with that, and we finish 8th, that's massive improvements on the past 2 years, isn't it? Or do you think people are just wanting things too soon, wanting it tomorrow?
I just think it's a missed opportunity in it, Dan, really. When
I can agree.
Yeah, they could have gone out and got the forwards in, at least 2. We need 3, but 2 I would have accepted for this window with the signings we've made. And as long as they were players who were going to come in and definitely get us some goals and creativity-wise. And I just think there's no excuse to the club. We'll go talk a little bit about the net spend later. Look, I think let's run through the team now, right? Let's just, because we've been very critical. Nige, mate, I'm sure you want to kind of talk about what you're happy with, because, we don't want to just pay up the show complaining the whole show, but, it's looking like that right now. So let's go into the team and what it's looking like. So let's start off with the defence. I want all your opinions on our defence, our squad depth, and everything like that. This is what I found on Sky Sports. I've had to adjust it a little bit because Romero's gone now, Spencer's gone. But if we just run through it there, have a little look at it. I mean, let's start off with the goalie, Danny. Mate, I know what your feeling is on the keeper situation, but anything you want to add to that with that defence there?
With the question I've got with that one is there's goalkeepers out there that are proven. There's goalkeepers out there in Italy you can go and get that have had over 30, nearly 40 clean sheets in 2 seasons. And one of their seasons was a season where the team nearly got relegated. And that's Roma goalkeeper, Mal Sevilla. You get him for about 35 mil. Juventus wanted him. They put in the bid for him. He wants to leave Roma, even though they're in the Champions League, because he wants more money by the look of it, and refused to sign a contract. And they said they wanted 35 million euros. Juventus couldn't afford it, so they had to go for Vicario, didn't they? So if we can't get that striker or that left winger, then maybe we should use our brains, in my opinion, apart from getting the number 10, and go and get a goalkeeper that can also save you another 6 to 8 points in the season as well. Every good team has a solid goalkeeper, not someone who's had 5 good games and played 10 Premier League games. But he might come good.
He's done all right, Dan. I've got to be honest, because I'm a bit like you with the goalie situation. I think we should have gone out and got a top keeper. But if we're doing this properly, as like a lot of fans think we're doing this properly, then that's what you should have done. But Kingsley, he's done okay. Time will tell over the season. Let's move on to the defence with Nige here. Nige, positives with that defence, anything or any concerns there, mate?
Well, obviously the positives are the centre backs we brought in, Van Hecke and Zanetti, both top centre halves, both play De Zerbi football. You know, they like to play out from the back, very good passers. So I think they're a massive improvement on what we've had, even counting Romero. Haven't got a problem with Danzo. I know a lot of people have a problem with Danzo. Don't think he will be able to play De Zerbi ball, if you want to call it that. I think he'd be all right for a season. He could be one that we look to improve on next season. Fullbacks still worry me. I like Andy Robertson, but Doggy's never fit. And we've got no cover for Porro. I don't trust Archie Graydow. Going back to the keeper quickly, I'm very much someone who was like, Kinski's done brilliantly. I'm up for giving him a chance. Why waste money when we're spending all this money in attack? But if we're not spending any money in attack, then we should have gone out and got another keeper, right? Because
exactly.
I was
and
one
we've only
for,
spent 70
let's
million,
save on money. Yeah, exactly. So what's the truth in Dio Martinez rumours? The ex-Villa keeper. Is there any truth in it?
He nearly went to Juventus, right? Is that right?
That's right, but they couldn't afford him either. That's what I mean.
Mad.
Juventus can't even afford players.
That's mad, Dan. Can't even afford him. But Juventus? That's
Juventus.
crazy.
I told you, there's only one team. I've been telling everyone this for 2 years, and people only just starting to see it. But a lot of people don't follow Serie A. They're broke. Apart from Como out there, whose owners have got about 50 billion to their name, 2 brothers, because own a cigarette company. Apart from that, everyone is up shit street. Even Inter Milan ain't got money to spend. Juventus ain't got money to spend. Why do you think Vlahovic went on a free? They ain't got money. If you want to go anywhere and bully teams, you can go do it in Italy. Because even if they don't want the players to necessarily go, they still need to have some sort of money coming into the club. And their league ain't making money either.
Which is why we only got 25, 26 million for Spence.
Exactly that. And other goalkeepers you could go for, like Diogo Costa from Porto. Now, that would be a bit more expensive. I think Sevilla's a better keeper personally. But 35 million euros, 30 million, makes you more stable at the back because you've got a solid goalkeeper there. And to me, it just makes common sense. Instead of wasting the money, if we cannot get a decent player up front, then go and strengthen your squad elsewhere, like a number 10 and a goalkeeper.
Yeah, Dan, fair enough. And cheers, Nige, mate. I do think we have made some handy. We'll go to you, Cookie, in a second, and we'll go chat. We have made a couple of good signings at the back there. I think, Robertson, got to be convinced defensively next season, but we will see. I don't agree with what Sky Sports have written here, Cookie, when they say right centre back is strong depth. I wouldn't agree with that. And also when they talk about the goalie, decent depth. I mean, I'm not sure about that either. And then the right back, they say it's okay depth, where it's definitely not. Definitely wrong there. Cookie, give us your thoughts on the whole defence going into the season, mate.
All right. Well, we'll start off over at right back where Porro is. Yeah. Obviously, he will be the starter. But then again, it's the same thing that we talk about when we talk about a bit of depth. We always complain that when players play and they have to come off injured or fatigued or whatever, and the replacement comes on, that the levels drop off. And it may not drop off so much with Archie at the back as such, regarding probably in the back, rather than if he was in midfield, it'd show up a bit more. But in the back, for me, to have For me, Archie Gray is going to be Tottenham's next utility player. Wherever we need him, right, across the back, across midfield, if we need an Archie Gray for a game, 2 games, whatever it is, Archie Gray will be that man. We've got him, like Sky Sports have got him down as Porro's backup because I suppose he's played a game there. Regardless of that, not strong enough for me. So we need to do something at right back for me, right? Then you look at right centre back, starters, great. Van Heck, it's fine, ain't got a problem with that. Danzo, not as technically gifted as a Van Heck, but a proper defender. He's the sort of guy that I'd want coming on at 75, 80 minutes when you're 1-0 up and you really don't want to concede, and then crosses are coming in. Fine, that's fine. Sakai, I'm not having that. Not having it as a third. Not having it. It's not good enough. Not good enough. Right. So that's that. Then we move over to left centre back. Obviously, Mickey van der Ven. You've seen, I don't know if anyone watched our simply Senesi played football at the back yesterday. Didn't make many long or try many long raking passes or anything like that, but played the simple ball at the stadium game against Hoffenheim. Watched a bit of that today. So I haven't got a problem with that, right? Ben Davis shouldn't be here as far as I'm concerned, right? So I've got a problem with that, right? So that's that bit. Then we move on to left back. I think a lot of people think that we're sorted at left back, but like Dan said, if a doggy does go, right, Robertson will be your starter. Whether a doggy stays or not, he's never fit anyway. So, and then we're down to Sousa and Davis again.
No, we got Van der Ven.
Well, I don't. Well, let me get to that bit, Dan. I ain't got there yet.
Oh, sorry. You didn't mention him. My bad. My bad. I'll stay out of it. My bad.
And obviously, Mickey van der Ven can go over and play left back if required to. But to me, it's, you know, you're moving, putting square pegs in round holes again. I know the fella has played for Holland as that left-sided player, but he's a centre back for me, right? Yeah. And that's where he plays. That's where he should play. And we shouldn't have to be moving players across to left back, yeah, just to get us out of a hole. If you field the squad properly first, and this is, I'm not talking necessarily about this window, right? Because we've done a lot in this window. There's no doubt about that. Early doors, we did a lot, and we've done a lot of good stuff, right? But to me, that is still not strong enough. Now, that might be me being overcritical, right? But when I look at that left-hand side at the back, like Dan said again, if your doggy did go, that makes Robertson your starter. I want to see Robertson in a Premier League game, yeah, because I want to see if he is found out when he's going forward, getting in behind, if he can get back or not, which I'm struggling to believe he can at the moment if he gets too far up the pitch. But then again, that's down to the manager. If he knows he can't get back, to get someone else to sweep across on that one. Listen, it's better than what it was. I'm not saying it's not, right? But I still think there's a lot of room for improvement, especially at right back and left back.
Depends how we're going to play as well, Mark.
And that as well, yeah.
If we play with 4 at the back and we play with Porro there, who can't defend come love nor money, terrible defender.
Yeah.
And also Robertson, not a good defender, then that he leaves us badly open on both sides. I mean, look what every team focuses on when they play Spurs. Porro. Yeah. Every game without fail. They always focus on Porro because he can't defend. If we play 3 at the back and use them 2 as wing backs, now we've got a very, very good wing back on the right-hand side who can get forward with a ball, has got all the stamina, got the aggression, good crosser and passer. And Robertson, probably one of the best crossers of the ball of a left wing back in the Premier League. Much more precise than Porro, just not as powerful. But both terrible defensive. They're not left backs or right backs, really.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. Yeah, go on. Nige.
Yeah. Sorry, Nige, did you want to add anything, mate?
No. Go on.
Sorry, Dan, I should have said. Sorry, Dan.
Let's go to the chat and see if anyone's saying anything about the defence. What's Rob saying here? Get a counter, push competition into the 10. Wouldn't count as Xavi. He's never come through. He's not brave enough to emotionally come back from this kind of injury, soft personality. So no, it doesn't really rate Xavi at all. Yeah, he's got a lot to prove still. Beast, fourth evening to you. Van der Ven, left back. We just mentioned that. And like Cookie says, not ideal, but he can do a job there. He plays the head for Holland, doesn't he? We've got in the chat here. Paul, big up to Paul, big up Danny, Cookie, and Pure COYS. Big up to you, mate. Dan, you're saying something to Beast. They can offer Doggy 20 million. Is that right? Do you think they can afford that?
Yeah, what is it? From what I've read, is Roma was offering to take him on loan and then possibly buy him, whatever, like Juventus done with Vicario, but Spurs have turned around and said they want 25 million euros.
It's not a lot, is it?
So that's about 20 million. Well, if you're going to sell to Italy and that, you ain't going to get much money, full stop. Where else are you going to get money? Not in Spain, apart from Real Madrid, Barcelona, with a bit of Madrid. They ain't got a pot to piss in. France, PSG, apart from that, they ain't got no money. Germany, Munich, obviously, and then maybe a bit of Dortmund. No one else has got any money. So if we sell outside the Premier League, unless it's to a major team, we're going to take a hit no matter what.
Yeah.
You did say that, Dan, though, didn't you? If they wanted to clear players out, they're going to have to bite the bullet on it. And players that they bought for decent money, they're going to have to lose for less money.
Yeah, I said that at the end of last season, that we're going to have to do that and take a hit for the money, because we ain't going to... Who realistically in that team has earned to be more money than we bought them for? Bar maybe Van der Ven, and obviously Bergville you'll get more for, and maybe possibly you might get more than we paid for Sarr and Spence. Apart from that, who was actually justified being worth more than what we paid, apart from Van der Ven?
Yeah, I get it, man. They're not great, these players, are they? They're not great, and they're probably getting sold for what they're Spence. I mean, obviously, a lot of people are a bit outraged with the cost for him because he's a utility player. He's just had a good World Cup. But clubs are not stupid. They've seen Spence played under how many managers? 4, 5? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And none of them have really liked him. So
he got sent back from a loan. He was on loan and they sent him back because they didn't like his attitude as well.
That was Leeds, been dropped.
Yeah, that was abroad as well. It happened abroad as well.
Mm-hmm.
So how many managers have dropped him, even when he was our best player for about 6 games? As soon as Adogi was fit, baked potato. See you later, mate. It's telling you something, surely.
Yeah. Nah, I get it. Big up to Thomas in the chat. Worst I've seen in 60 years. Solanke, Madison, Richie. Well, that's saying something. 60 years, man. Blimey. That is, that's long.
Mid-60s, mate. That takes you back to. That tells you something, doesn't it?
Yeah. Big up to you, man. What's Rob saying here? He says players that are soft have a history of emotionally choosing when to perform are soft. Cold, hard emotion players are always brave and always come back from major injury. Xavi is really getting on Xavi's case. Doesn't rate him at all.
Him.
Yeah. He's look. I can't really argue with it at the moment. I haven't seen enough from Xavi. I think we'll have to see what happens when he comes back under De Zerbi. See if he has a bit of I don't know. Shows a bit of steel. People don't like him crying when he's falling over all the time. He's got a moany looking face. Really irritates some of them. Yeah, a lot of people really criticise Xavi and his moany little baby face and crying. And I mean, guys, Xavi.
I think we sell him. I think we sell him as soon as he's fit. I just don't see him fitting into. Look, I like him as a player, and I think in patches last season for Spurs he was really good. I just don't see him long term being part of De Zerbi's plans. And I think you said it, Cookie, and I think maybe Stal said it as well, that, when you're building a side, some of the players that are here now, obviously when we're successful, hopefully in years to come, these players won't be here. And I think Xavi's probably going to be one of them for me. Mm-hmm. He might come back a better player. I think he will. He looks determined. He's training hard and he's apparently, he's ahead of schedule, but I just don't see him being the long-term fix there personally.
I think that we didn't buy him for a number 10. We had Madison already, and it wasn't even thought of getting a number 10 until Madison was injured. I personally think we got him to take Son's place and give us a bit of creativity out on the side as well, and also cutting in scoring goals. If you actually check up his history and everything, not much difference in it, but he played on the left more than he played on the central. I think it's only by about 3 or 4 games, but also actually had a better GA on the left, cutting in as well. And he's a player that's very used to it. When did he look best? He looked best against Dortmund in Europe, didn't he? Why? Because he had more time on the ball. When he's got time on the ball, he looked good. As soon as he didn't have time on the ball, he was all over the place. But it was his first season.
Well, his goal against Brighton as well, wasn't it? It's when he picked it up on the left, cut in, killed it in top corner.
A couple of times got forward and there was no one to pass it to. But I think we actually got him for the left-hand side, personally. Personal opinion.
I get that, Dan. I get that. And, you know, look at statistics-wise, he has played a lot of time out on the left. I think, even though I kind of question his strength, his maybe his, I don't know what you want to call it, mentality or whatever, he has got some talent. He's a great ball carrier. And De Zerbi likes ball carriers. He likes players who can get up that pitch quickly and pick out a pass. And I think he can do it, but you've got to prove it when he comes back. Cookie, you a fan of Xavi, mate, or you on the fence a bit?
I like little technical players, Dan. I like, you know me, I like players that can do a bit on the ball. And I think one of the lads alluded to it. It was his first, Dan, I think, said it was his first season. He's got the injury. He's coming into a team as well. You have to remember that have just been dire for 2 years, basically, apart from winning the Europa League. I'm talking about in the league. And perhaps he's not of that nature to be able to pick a team up to, I don't know. Football-wise, I like him. I hope he comes back from his injury. I really do. Whether you'll ever see the best of Xavi, in later years to come at Spurs or wherever he might be playing football, I don't know. When we got him, even though it was like, Chelsea didn't want him, have our rejects and all that sort of stuff. You know what? You remember. I thought, hang on a minute, this kid looks all right. And like all of us, you go back on the old YouTube things and you can remember some of the games that you might have watched live on the telly and he was playing or whatever. And you think, all right, forget how much it cost and whatever else. As a player, he looks okay. But then he's got the injury. And again, I've had an ACL, right? They're not. I know things have moved on since I did mine, but there's not many players that come back to top form, let's say, after an ACL. It's a very difficult injury to overcome. It's a lot of hard work.
Snapping it. Especially completely snapping it, not just tearing it.
It's a lot of hard work for the player, and he might be getting paid his whatever, but it is hard work trying to recover from an injury like that because it affects so many other places in your leg, you know? So, listen, I hope he comes back. I like him as a player. Would I sell him? No, I don't think so. Not until at least we've got something significantly better, if you like. I know he hasn't shown the best of, what he could do at Spurs. I think he was a bit too lightweight, Dan, to be honest with you. And you never know, all this rehabilitation with his knee, he might come back a bit bulkier. I don't know if they're trying to do that with Bergvall or not, to be honest. Bulk him up until January and see how he fares then. But, listen, I'd keep him, but depending on how his recovery goes.
Fair enough. We'll have to wait. He's not going anywhere this season anyway. Big up to Tottenham Ranger in the chat. 8th laughing emoji. He also says, Thomas says this side will finish 10th, and then Tottenham Ranger says anything but top 4 is a failure. Now, Tottenham Ranger, I like that you're challenging the narrative. Now, I'd love you to come on. I would put the link in the chat just for you to come on and explain why it'd be a failure, because I can't see us finishing top 4 with that forward line. And maybe you've got your reasons. Maybe you've said it in the chat. Maybe I'll come across it. What else has he said? Is he given us any other inkling to say that. He says, do you even look at the rest of the league, or is Tottenham's the only thing you consider when talking football? Yeah, the other teams in the league are got better forward lines than us, Tottenham Ranger, and squads that are better than us. And yes, I know they got new managers, but still that forward line is the worst, as Thomas said in the chat, worse in 60 years. So it'd be crazy to say that we have to finish top 4. I think, I mean, it's not impossible. I mean, we could have a mad season and everything clicks. We don't get injuries and De Zerbi football is wild. Yeah, but if you're realistic, unless you've got clinical finishers in the box, people who are going to create an assist, I mean, it's going to be a bit of a tough ask, right? It's finished in top 4. Anyone comes in here, man, and Tottenham Ranger, you're welcome to come on and, yeah, talk to us if you want, mate. Just let us know in the chat.
Play.
Yeah. For me, no, we got no chance finishing top 4. If we had a fit Maddison, a fit Kulu, a fit Xavi, a fit Kudus, then even then I'd be like, it's a tough ask with the strike force we got. But at least we'd have a chance. Without any of those 4, and with the strike force we got, you know, no chance unless we literally bored teams to death and drew 0-0 every game and just tried to get a 1-0 win every game. Just don't see it.
No, I'm the same, unfortunately.
That's not a top 4.
For me, you know, I'm like middle of the table. I know Dan said 8th and that, but I'm like middle of the table. And if we can push on and maybe get a Conference League place, I know that's probably what the owners of Tottenham don't want. But at the end of the day, it's Europe, right? It's a trophy. What you got to start somewhere, haven't you? You got to start somewhere.
No, you have. Look at Arsenal. Look how they had to do it. I know people don't like the name and comparing it, but look how they had to do it. Took them 5 years to get themselves together. Took them 3 years to get noticed, basically, didn't it? And you got to build your way there slowly but surely, and you got to spend the bloody money to do it, like they did. But they spent it decent as well. We don't usually seem to do that. Bar this window, we actually have, I think. You got to start somewhere. I think there's too many people out there expecting too much too soon.
Yeah, fair enough, guys. And Spurs Rule, evening to you. You said we'll be lucky to finish top half. Yeah, man. I'm with you, man. I've got no expectation next season. Too many question marks for me. And Tottenham Rangers says again, this team will finish top 5 currently with no further signings, man. I wish I had your confidence, man. I wish I do, but I don't. I've got to be honest, brutally honest. No,
listen,
sorry.
I don't mind saying, I know Dan likes putting a few bits out there, but I don't mind. Tottenham Ranger, if you want, right, I'll have 50 notes with you on screen now that Tottenham don't finish top 5 with Richarlison and Solanke up front. I can't say any fairer than that. And I'm not being funny or anything. I just personally don't think it's a top 5 forward line. You know, but like I said earlier, we've got so many holes to fill. Yeah, players may be coming back. But
Has he responded?
I know you can't do it all in one window, but give the geezer a chance. Give him a couple of forwards, right, that he can at least get on the pitch, that might score a few goals. We might get draws in games that we should have lost. We might win games that we should have drawn, right? Or even won games that we should have lost.
Yeah.
But give the geezer a chance, because you're asking him to come in, and as much as they've done with the rest of the team, yeah, he's still got the same 2 forwards that everyone has been screaming for years that are not good enough. Yet no one seems concerned by it.
Look, guys, Tottenham Ranger, I've had a look down the comments. Unless I've missed it, has he taken up the offer, or has he gone? Has he left?
I don't know. I can't see anything. Can't see anything.
If anyone sees it, alert me and I'll drop the link in.
Yeah.
Let's move on now, guys. Big up to everyone in the chat. Smash the like button, please. Thank you very much. And subscribe to my guests as well. We'll get their links up in a minute. Let's move on to that midfield, guys. And no, before we do, actually, let's just want a quick kind of, I don't know if you want to give a score, if you want to just to give an opinion or whatever on that defence. And how ready is it for the season? If we're talking about just the defence, because there's a lot of talk that the defence is better now. But when we kind of deep dived it there was quite a few question marks there. It's not perfect. It's going to take time over the next transfer windows to really strengthen up and improve. But just Dan, just your kind of, I don't know if you want to give it a score. I don't know what you want to do, mate. Do what you want.
What, this window so far?
Just the defence going into the season, the whole squad, the players we got there, the ones we've added. How confident are you with that defence going into the season, mate?
Now Romero's gone, I'm a lot more confident. Everyone knows my opinion on Romero. On his day, good as 9 out of 10 players out there, but he just had lack of days. Too much of a bad attitude. Didn't want to know. Thought he was bigger than the club. You need that like a hole in the head. What we've got now is very good passing defenders. I mean, Van Hecke can be a bit... he can give away a few things because he's more willing to take a chance, basically. So it depends on what De Zerbi tells him to do. Depends how we play as well. If we play 3 at the back, I think we've got a very solid 3 at the back. If we end up playing 4 at the back, then my questions are going to be on the left and on the right. In the middle, I think we're perfectly fine. You know, I mean, Senesi, good defender. Nothing brilliant, but good, solid defender and a very good passer of the ball as well. Then you've also got Van der Ven now, good defender. I think he gets overrated a bit purely because of his pace. But again, good defender. And Van Hecke, good defender, very good passer of the ball. I think honestly, I'll give that defence a 6. In the middle, I'd give it more of a 7. But overall, I'll give it a 6 because I'm just sceptical of what we're going to do if we play 4 at the back.
Okay, interesting, Dan. Interesting, Dan, because I've heard you say that you think our defensive's a lot stronger, but then you're still kind of giving it just above average. So yeah, that's just a good insight.
Depending what we're going to do on the left and on the right. And if I was going to give our defence anything last season, I'd say a 3. No organisation whatsoever. This defence is going to be more organised. It's an improvement, and it's double as good as it was. I'm just very questionable, like I said, on the left and on the right. I don't know what he's going to play.
I get that. Let's go Nige, mate. Thanks, Dan. Nige, mate, confidence-wise of that defence, and then we'll go Cookie, and then we'll move to the midfield.
Yeah, I'm really happy. I'm really happy with the defence this summer. For me, it's not all about the names. You know, for me, we have a keeper that, you know, when we had Vicario, he was incredibly flappy. He was just looked like, I said it before many times, it looked like he'd gone out just before the game and had a bag of family size of Skittles all over the place, made the defence nervous. We just looked like a bag of nerves at the back. Now I feel with Kinski, he's very calming. We'll see how he does this season, but he is very calm and he's very assured on the ball. You know, I'm confident now. The centre backs, I'm really happy with. Full backs, not so happy. But I do think with Robertson now, that experience, I do think we are going to be improved. And I know people hate Ben Davies, and listen, he probably should have gone a long time ago, but that experience we may need. Don't see him starting many games, but we may need him at some point. So for me, I'm reasonably happy with the defence and the keeper. I think is probably with Romero gone as well, because he's a lot like Kinski, a lot like Vicario. Romero on his day, brilliant, but has too many just absolute fart moments. So for me, I just don't see as many of them with the centre-backs we got. I think Dan's right. I do think Van Hecke will make the odd mistake, but we're going to have to take that as fans, right? We want our centre-backs to play the ball out from the back. He is going to give it away a few times. We'll probably concede the odd goal from his mistakes, but in general, really happy.
Fair enough. Score, Nige?
I'd go 7, I think.
Okay, fair enough, mate. And Cookie, on to you, mate.
Well, I gave my rundown just a bit earlier about the defence, didn't I, Dan?
Yeah, just give us a score,
I'm
mate.
I'm pretty the same, much the same as Dan at the top. I'm like down the middle. We're okay, or we should be okay down the middle. But it's more about, I don't know, if teams suss out, for argument's sake, how De Zerbi is playing the game, and if we are caught in those corners of the pitches where one's got up or whatever the reason may be, it's a case of, have we got the legs to get back? And yeah, Van der Ven's there. Yeah, I get that. It's fine. And Dan alluded to as well, 3 at the back might be a different scenario because you'd have Robertson and Oporo further up the pitch and wouldn't necessarily have to be racing, back to where they need to get to, as far as if they were fullbacks. So I get that where Dan's coming from. Absolutely, I do. 6.
Option we've got quickly
6,
is
sorry.
where we've got two very good defensive-minded midfielders. I mean, and again, with Tonali, you play him the way. I mean, we're obviously going to talk about midfield, so I'll leave that. But Fernandes very good at winning the ball. Tonali very good at reading the game. If them two go forward from a 4 position, one of them comes back and brings us to 3 at the back. Tonali is very stable, or Fernandes, from what I've been told, to cover that centrepiece while the wing fullbacks turn into wing backs as such. We do have options.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, fair enough. Look, let's move on to the midfield now. Big up to Roy Park in the chat. He's just worried about the forward line, like many of us. Although Dan and Cookie have kind of said tonight that the fan base are calmer. They are calmer, and I don't know. I feel I kind of get it if it's the fan base, the match-going fans who are not involved in social media, YouTube, whatever, are not complaining as much. We may not hear from them. Maybe they're just more optimistic. I get the YouTube lot. I find a lot of are really worried. You get the odd Danny K and Lubo with the kind of the hope hats on. But yeah, I'm just concerned. Like many fans, people who watch me, and I'm sure you guys as well, all we're talking about is where the forwards. This is a failure. This is not good enough. Come on. So look, interesting chat, guys. Let's just jump into the midfield and get the midfield covered, and then the forward line is just going to be such a painful one, guys. Honestly, such a painful one. Let's
as Dan spits his drink out.
Yeah.
We just forget about that one, Dan. Right, just leave it out.
That, Dan.
I think we might. I think we might.
I'll tell you what, I'll answer it for everybody now. It's absolute shit, and I'll give it a 1. There you go. That one's done.
Do you know what? Do you know what? I don't think we'll even go there. But what we'll do, we'll talk about the transfers. We'll talk about the transfer window before we go on to the Brentford game. But look, this is the midfield here, and look. I mean, I'll just start off with this one. Tonali, Fernandes, I'm really looking forward to watching those two play. I think Bentancur can do a job. I mean, Sky Sports have put kind of brackets around next to these players. Will he stay? Will he stay? Will he stay? Yeah, I get it. Saar, Bergvall, question marks over. We got some players out. Look at this Kulu, ability unknown. That just sums him up. The ability unknown. Bergvall, will he stay? They got James Maddison there, injured again. Conor Gallagher. I think Conor Gallagher. I think under a better manager, better system, I think he can be useful. But last season he came into a shit show. He should be a solid Premier League player. Should be able to do a job in certain matches. Yeah. He's not a number 10. He's more of a kind of runner. I think he hard work, pressing, trying to win ball back. I think he's a player good to have in the squad. Right, not necessarily a starter, but there'll be certain games he can start. Then we go on to Archie Gray, just Mr. Utility man there. Saar, I want gone. Who else have we got in there? Really, there's not that a lot. And so Sky Sports, they say we got decent depth at DM. I'm not sure about that because we haven't got a Pacific DM. And then they say we got decent depth at centre midfield. Well, I question that as well. And then we talk about attacking midfielder depth very weak. They got that spot on because it is weak. So let's start this one differently. Let's start off with Cookie on this midfield thing, and we'll go around a different way this time.
Starters obviously are okay as far as Fernandes and Tonali are concerned. If one of those got injured, and you'd say Gallagher and Bentancur are obviously, not what we're hoping Fernandes and Tonali are. We know about Gallagher and Bentancur. Is the drop-off as much as it would have been last season? That's the question I'll ask for people in the chat. So, you had playing and coming on as subs last season. Do you think Conor Gallagher and Bentancur are better than what we had the season before or last season as a whole? Again, like you said, Dan, Bentancur, will he stay? We don't know. Saar It's time for him to go. Archie Gray's your utility player. Bergvall, please come in. Forest, Newcastle, with your £50 million bid, so we can crack on with replacing him. That's where I am with that one. Listen, attacking midfielders, we all know we're struggling, big style. Gallagher could play in the 10, but he's not a creative player. He'd be pressing higher, that sort of thing, trying to get the team up the pitch a bit further, maybe by pressing high. And he'll win you the ball, yeah. But then again, you go round to who does he give it to do the biz if we bought no forwards. So look, as long as we're not having to go down to the third bracket of midfielders, I think it'll be fine. Honestly, I do. I think it'll be fine. But
give us a score, Cookie, mate. Let's just move this along. Give us a score, mate, in that midfield. How confident are you going into the season with this lot?
Again, as long as the main two stay fit, that's all right. But if I had to do it overall, it'll be a 6 again.
6 again. Okay. Fair enough for Cookie. Work to do. And chat as well. Give us a score in the midfield. Any comments about the midfield as well? Go to the chat soon. Let's go to Nige on our midfield. Nige, what are you saying, mate?
Just get a drink, Dan. Sorry.
Okay.
No worries, man.
For me, I cannot wait to see Fernandes and Tonali start together. I think, when we think last season we had Bentancur, I mean, I know Pellegrini is not here, but Bentancur and Conor Gallagher were probably our main starters along with Pellegrini. Now they're the understudies, and even the understudy, there's a bit of a drop off for me between Tonali and Fernandes and Bentancur and Gallagher. Not much, but there is a bit of a drop off. So I think midfield wise, we have strengthened brilliantly. I think we are really strong in our midfield. For me, the midfield for Fernandes, Tonali, Bentancur and Gallagher is strong, and it, for one game a week, touch wood, we should be all right. It's the attacking midfield is where we are really, really weak. Obviously, but the problem is we have a Maddison, we have a Simmons, we have a Kulu, who are all really good players, but they're all out injured. So what do? Do we risk buying another 10, knowing that we've already got 3 at the club? I just don't see Spurs doing that, which is a disappointment. So I see Conor Gallagher starting as a 10, which is fine if we got creative wingers, but we haven't got creative wingers. So I don't know. It's going to be a bit of a struggle, but I am really excited by Fernandes and Tonali. So I'm giving it a 7 out of 10. I think just for those 2 signings alone, they've literally kept the Wolves from the door, I think, for the board. Because I think if we hadn't signed those 2, the fan base would be going absolutely crazy now.
Cheers, Nige. And Dan, before I go to you, because I'm going to mix it up a bit now after that, I'm going to bring it in a little bit differently. I just want to go chat quick, get the scores up from the scat. Big up to Golden Sun, evening to you. Simon Kudos, goals and assists are very similar, for the same minutes. Don't shoot the facts. Okay. I think you're right, mate. I do. Giant Panda, big up to you, Giant Panda. I say we finished 12th to 10th. Yeah, I think so, mate. Tom's saying it's a 6. Strikers 1. Roy Part in the chat, evening to you, Roy. I think I said hello to you already, but 6 for midfield. Apocalypse in the chat as well, evening to you, said a 7. Giant Panda, terrible transfer window, club signings and a puppet manager.
Giant.
Oh, Giant Panda's not holding back there. He's not holding back there, definitely not. Hold on there a second. Let's just get a few more up there from the chat, and then we'll go to Dan. 10 and 12, also position-wise. Rob is saying it's pushing Sarr lower down the pecking order, makes our midfield better. Next is Sarr coming surplus and his exit. Look, I look just quickly before we move it on to a little bit different. If we are going to sell any more midfielders, we need to bring them more in. I think we're just going to be short again, and we'll be looking to rely on the likes of Gray. And if Bergvall stays, Bergvall and Sarr, God help if he stays. I mean, this is what I mean. We need another midfielder. Now, let me take this off the screen, Dan, and let me bring this in a little bit differently now with you. And everybody is going to get involved with the chat on the panel. Let's compare this midfield to other Premier League midfields. Now, I've got them up, and I'll bring them up one by one, and we can go through them. We'll try and be as fast as possible, because otherwise we'll be here all night. Let me see if I can get one up now on the screen. Let me have a little look here. Is this one? What have we got here? Yeah, let's start off with Man City, Dan.
Mm.
And then compare it to Spurs, mate, and just do it as you're going along, whatever, and then we'll bring other people in and just have a good conversation.
I mean, you actually go and look at theirs. I mean, COVID, he's on his way out, isn't he? We know Nico Riley's good, but there's better. I can't even pronounce Tijani's second name and that. Yeah, obviously good. Elliot Anderson, good player. We'll see how he does at City, because that is a massive step he's taking there. I didn't think he had a great World Cup personally. Nico Gonzalez, player I wouldn't say no to. And up front, they walk all over us. I think what we've got in the DM and the CM, I'd give us an 8 out of 10. Personally, I mean, Tonali, if we play him properly, mate, we've got a very good player there. And Fernandez, solid player. Man U wanted him as well, same as Man City and Arsenal wanted Tonali for a reason. And then we've also got backup like Gallagher, who gets very underrated in my opinion, who's a workaholic. And you've also got Bentancur there. Okay, Bentancur's the drop off a bit in that, but I think centre mid and DM, we have a good shout. Not as good as them, but I think we have a very good shout. Up front, they just walk all over us.
Yeah. There's question marks over that City midfield. So many question marks, isn't there? Rodri's going. They're talking about bringing in that Moroccan player. Forgot his name now. I'm sure someone will tell me in the chat. But Wadi, that's the one.
I don't think that midfield's too special, if I'm going to be honest. I mean, I ain't saying we're better, but I don't really think that midfield's special compared to what I've seen them have. I mean, Foden just totally disappeared last season, even though we know he's good.
Yeah.
It just, I don't know, that midfield does not impress me as such. And that's not comparing it to Spurs. That's just saying that's comparing it to City. It just, honestly, it doesn't impress me. It's got good players, but I don't think it's nothing special.
Yeah, okay. Dan, how do you get the faces on the side, mate? Because you told me to do something. How do you do that?
It should show it on the bottom. On the very bottom of your screen where your camera is and everything and that. You see where you put your face in the middle or how you put people's faces there?
Yeah.
You should have the option there on pressing the buttons there where you want the picture and the faces to be. There should be a list of them literally right in front of you.
Yeah. All right. Let me have a fiddle around while we're talking. Yeah, Man City. So Spurs. Okay. So comparing Spurs to Man City, do you think we're close or far still, or? I know you kind of said it.
We're still light years behind them when you add the whole thing together. But I still think honestly, I'll say defensive midfield, I think we got better. That's it. Now,
say we're close.
That's it. Now
we're
mess
close.
about with them, and you'll be able to see where it brings them up on the side. And then once you're done with the picture, you'll be able to just put everyone back in again, take the picture off.
So if I put the picture on now, will we all go to the side? Yeah.
You'll have to click the one down at the bottom where it shows the pictures, basically. See how it changes them?
Yeah.
Share screen, isn't it?
Yeah. And if you put the picture on there, then you've got a choice of where it'll show the picture, whether it'll show the picture in the middle or bring the people down the side and the picture in the middle.
Dan, mate, you have to show me.
I'll show you after the show, mate. It'll be easier.
Yeah. Cheers, man. I did have it though. Once I did it, and then I pressed the button, and it just covered the whole screen, which is annoying. Anybody want to come in there about City's midfield compared to Spurs? Anyone want to add anything, or we can go to another team if you want?
No, I think we're pretty close to them.
Go on.
So I'll just make it quick. I think we're pretty close to them. Just their attacking midfield beats ours. Other than that, I don't think there's that much difference.
Yeah, I don't, especially in defensive midfield. Honestly, I think we're actually better. I know some will say that sounds crazy, but on the defensive side of the midfield, I think we are actually better.
And games are won in midfield, right? So, you know, there's when we go up against City, and I know they got Haaland and they got some really, really good attacking wingers, Doku, and got Mamouche there, Foden. You know, they've got some talented players, right? Who's the other one? We got Semenyo as well. But if it's like a battle in the midfield, I think we can hold our own. The trouble is, and okay, play on the counter attack, we might get a goal. But if we're gonna with this De Zerbi team now, we're gonna be more possession based, right? More of the ball. We're not gonna just play City and just sit back, right? I think we'll try and go toe to toe. Is that the right thing to do against City so early? But these are the sort of questions that we're going to kind of find out going into the season, right? How are we going to set up against the better sides under De Zerbi? Now, knowing De Zerbi and when he managed Brighton, I think he went toe to toe, right? If I'm wrong, correct me. He went toe to toe with some of these top sides, and he got some success. So let's go cooking, mate. Anything you want to add about City, or we can go to another team or whatever.
Yeah. One thing I don't know if you covered it while I was getting me drink was Rodri is going to be a massive miss for City. I know that he was out injured for a long time, but if you watched at the beginning of when he first went missing, they were all over the gaff. It took them ages for Pep to work out what to do, and I just don't think there is anyone that does what he does, if you know what I mean. He's such a good player, and that they will really miss him big style next season, and maybe that's where they'll get caught out a bit without him being there.
Oh, 100% will, man. He was the best player. And if you look at their win percentage without them, it drops. It drops a lot. So they've got an issue there. They've got a new manager. I think they're not going to have a straightforward season, City. I know it was a Charity Shield the other day and Arsenal, were so much better. I just got a feeling it's going to be a bit of a difficult one, even though they've got so much talent, City. They should be competing for at least top 4. Do you know what I mean? Top 5, even with that team new manager. But the consistency, the loss of Rodri, some of their defending against Arsenal. My days. I know it's like still pre-season Charity Shield. People just say it's kind of just like bragging rights. But still, that's the kind of the game before the season starts. And, if you think of the previous ones, Arsenal beat City, didn't they? I think was it last season? They beat them in the Charity Shield. And then they went on and, made a statement last season. So I don't think it's a complete write-off game. But it does show that City, they could have some problems, and they are looking in the transfer market to improve them.
Go and lose players like Rodri and Silva, and that you're going to notice it. I mean, Rodri only quite possibly before his injury the best centre midfielder on the planet. You're going to feel it one way or another. It's like that's why I think Newcastle are going to be a bit up shit street this year. They've literally had their heart ripped out of them
massively
from the centre mid, haven't they?
Yeah. Massively, and forward line everywhere. And no, they've got an unknown manager. Some people rate online. They actually rate this guy who's coming in at Newcastle, but they've got a lot of change there. A lot of new players coming in. Some of the players coming in, they're not household names. They may be talented. Maybe the recruitment are working overdrive there to get some decent players into that Newcastle side, but I think they're not going to have a straightforward season. But this is a good comment here by Mashin Joey. Evening to you. He says Elliot Anderson, 0 skill. He's just a bully. Regularly doing fast 180 spins at the World Cup for England when nobody was near him, as if he was beating an opponent. Now, Anderson's a funny one. I saw him against Spurs. I know Spurs last season was shocking. Anderson won the show. Anderson had a good season at Forest, highly rated. He even got goals. For Forest. I think he maybe got some assists as well. Now, look, it's a massive step up going to City. A lot of pressure. The price tag, I don't think he's worth that much. And the World Cup, he was all right. Nothing amazing. Guys, Mashing Joe's comment. Anyone want to come in there on Elliot Anderson?
Do I think he was worth the money they paid? Not a chance in hell. But then do I think Tonali was worth 100 million, etc.? No, and all that. But Anderson, I think, is one that's going to be an interesting one to look at to see whether he can take that step up to City. Was he a big fish in a small pond? Well, now there's a chance that he's going to be a little fish in the sea of the expectations. I think he's a good player, and I think there's more to come of him as such. But it's going to be interesting to see how he does at City. He's at a big team now. He's at a team that wants to win things. He's at a Champions League playing team now. To me, I don't think he looked anything special in the World Cup at all. Some people said he was good. I don't think he was.
I would have preferred Wharton there, man, to be honest.
Oh, all day long. Yes, all day long.
I'll be honest though, with Anderson, I think he's a really, really good player. And if you had asked me 3 months ago, I'd said, well, we take him at Spurs 100%. He'd walk in the Spurs side. Now, for the first time, I'm thinking, I'm not sure he would walk in the Spurs side now. Not the midfield, not above Fernandes and Tonali. I don't know. I think we've got just as good in there now.
No, it's interesting stuff. And Wayne, big up to you, mate. City have just signed that Moroccan, so they've signed him now, have they? Is that official, guys? I don't know. I ain't seen anything. They were
Not
very
that I've been
close.
looking.
Yeah, let us know, Cookie, if you can find it. 85 million. I heard today, I think, or yesterday. Interesting one. Let's move this along. I think I might have I've got a super chat here, I think. Hold on a second. No, I haven't. I've got it all sorted already. Look, let's move on to some other teams, right? Let's keep this going because I ain't got loads of teams. I've just got the kind of general tops, kind of so-called top six. You know, the known ones. So let's go to somebody like, let's have a look here. Who have I got ready for you guys? Everybody watching. Let's see if we got next. Another side I can bring up and compare Spurs' midfield to. Who have we got here? Let's have a look at this one here. Oh, Chelsea. This is an interesting one, isn't it? Chelsea. Would you rate Chelsea's midfield? Compare it to Spurs, guys. Have a good look over, chat, you know, get involved as well. I mean, I'll just tell you what I think. I mean, Casado, good player. Cole Palmer, he needs to have a better season. No, dropped off last year. Enzo Fernandez, whatever you think of the guy, you know, he's a decent player on his day. They got backup with Jordan Henderson there. I think that's just a waste of time, but I get it. They need some experienced head in a young squad. Lavia never really got going at Chelsea, coming in from Southampton. Morgan Rogers is the big signing, isn't it, in their midfield? I like him. I do like him. Good player. Yep. I think he's going to really have a good season. But then you got some other names in there, which I never heard of, to be honest. They must be just kids. I mean, on the face of it, they've got maybe a good start in midfield, but underneath that, question marks.
Again, defensive midfield wise, we are better. Caicedo, I think he's a very good player. Fernandez, good player. Personally, I think he's a little bit overrated. Personal opinion. But I'm not saying he's not a good player. Not at all. But there's a reason they can't sell him for 100 million.
Yeah, you know? Hell yeah.
Yeah. You know, I honestly don't think he's quite as good as people make out. But he is still a very good player. Centre mid. Well, when you look at that with Jordan Henderson and Barcode, it's Jordan Henderson, like, really?
And people are talking about Chelsea, a potential title charge. I mean, that is ridiculous.
If we would have gone and signed Jordan Henderson, we would have got absolutely destroyed, and we would have absolutely destroyed ourselves. You know, I mean, come on. But Caicedo and Fernandez, again, depending how good Fernandez is for us, our Fernandez, yeah, I don't think there's that much difference in it. But defensive-wise, I'd say we're definitely better. And do we even need to ask about attacking midfield? They're obviously, again, light years ahead of us. Palmer one side, Rogers the other side. Even with our full team there, they're better than us there. But centre mid and DM, I don't think there's that much different if you consider we've got Gallagher and Bentancur there as well. I mean, I'd say they are both better than Henderson. Lavia, yeah, good player. But I don't think there's much difference, again, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, so if you're talking about Dan and the central area with the defensive midfielder, centre mid, whatever combination you want to look at it, it doesn't really matter. Where I think they kind of move away from us is that attacking midfield, right? And also Fernandez also gets in the box, scores goals, shoots outside the box. He's a goal scoring threat from midfield. I don't know how many goals he got last season. I might have a little look, but Palmer on his day, fantastic. Morgan Rogers. So I think we can compete with them to a point, especially centrally. But what happens is in games like this against Chelsea, Derby, you know, pressure's on. And then I have to go back to our creativity and our attacking midfielders. Yes, Maddison could have a great game if he's fit. Yeah, fair enough. You know, but then I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, you know, if I had to make a bet, who's going to win that game when you've got a Cole Palmer, Morgan Rogers, match winners, I'm going to say, look, we're going to lose the battle. Guys, Nige, bring you in here, mate.
Yeah, listen, it's hard to disagree with anything you've said. I think depth-wise in the centre midfield areas, I think we're maybe slightly stronger, but it all goes tits up in the attacking area, you know, as it does with the strikers. You know, we could have the best midfield in the world. If we haven't got anything in that attacking area creating anything, then we're not going to win games, right? So, yes, I think midfield wise, I think it's quite even, if I'm honest. Casado, I think, is a great player. Fernandez is, I don't like him at all, but he is a good player. But for me, depth wise, I think we're slightly stronger in the midfield, but the attacking areas, they piss all over us.
Yeah, and like if Maddison could be fit the whole season, if Xavi was there, maybe a little bit closer, but question marks, too many question marks. Cheers, Nige. Cookie, mate, any thoughts on the Chelsea compared to Spurs midfields? Anything you want to add that we haven't said? You're on mute, mate.
Right. Sorry. No, pretty much as you've all said, really, mate. There's nothing really to add to it. I mean, like you say, Fernandez, Caicedo, Palmer. Obviously, they've got a bit more in attack. Well, a lot more in attacking midfield than what we've got at the moment. But like Dan said, you lose Fernandez, you go down to Jordan Henderson. So yeah, he's got the experience, but it is what it is, mate. And I'm sure I'm sure if Fernandez stays and Caicedo manage to stay fit with one of Palmer or Rodgers, that they'll be half decent as long as those 3 or 4 are playing. Once you drop out of that, if they've got a few players missing, then again, like you've all said, it's all about the depth, isn't it? And have they got it?
Yeah, interesting one. I think we can compete with Chelsea, but again, unless we need some forward players, to give me confidence that we can beat Chelsea, even with De Zerbi football. This new optimism. Football will be better, will be more organised, better defence, but it comes down to for me, and it's players that can make the difference, the game changers, and we just don't have them right now. We ain't got Kudos on his day, maybe, but still, who's he passing the ball to? And this is the thing with Richarlison, Solanke, they will score goals, but not at the rate we need, not the consistency we need. They need more chances to put them away. And in a tough derby match, you need clinical players. Let's be honest here. Let's go to the chat. Let me take this down off the screen. See what the chat's saying. Anyone sees any interesting comments, tell me, I'll bring them up. Mashing Joe says, I can't believe how much they paid for Elliot Anderson. Yeah, it's just the market, isn't it? It's madness this summer. 100 million is just like the norm now, isn't it? Everyone's, not everyone, but a lot of clubs are kind of moving in that direction. Terry Wright, evening to you, mate. Should the club be looking at a Grealish on loan as a left wing option, a backup for Maddison? Yeah, hell yeah, man. I think he came on, didn't he, second half against Arsenal? Anyone get a good look at him? How'd he get on?
No, but I'd still take him all day.
Yeah.
Sorry, he gets the ball up the pitch.
Of course you would. You'd take him. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. No doubt about it. Yeah. Whether he's still got the zing that he had back in the day, who knows? But
he's not that old, is he?
Well, listen, however old he is, he don't play as much as he should, does he? He gets a few injuries, our Jack, doesn't he? Because he, I don't know, what was it? For a good few seasons, he was the fella that got tackled the most in the Premier League. So took his fair share of knocks, as they say. Listen, for what we've got at the moment, would I take Jack Grealish all day long, Dan? There's no ifs, buts, or maybes about it. Yes,
I think we all would on this panel, right, guys? Dan, Nige, I think we all would. We're desperate. I'm not saying that he's a bad player. He's a good player, but we are desperate in that kind of forward area. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and don't forget as well, Dan, as well, the longer it goes on as well, that's when your loan deals come into operation. It is sort of when you start getting towards the last week, you know what I mean? So I think we're allowed 2 of them. So wouldn't it be strange if we didn't actually sign anyone else, as but we got a couple of loans in for the end of the transfer window?
Well, we'd have to take it as long as they're decent players, as long as they're guaranteed something. Wayne in the chat, big up, mate. Anderson is a class player. Be honest, you'll love him at Spurs. Of course, you would take him. I just think him coming to City, just big pressure on him, isn't it? I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to get my words out about Anderson and the kind of the narrative around him right now. I mean, I hear people absolutely slate the guy and say he's just so maybe like people said like he's just a one-trick pony. He's just like a workhorse. Surely he's better than that, right? He can. Who would you liken him to, guys? Everyone on the panel, and Anderson in the Premier League or outside of the Premier League. Who would you compare him to? Or Rice? Would you say? I think he might be a little bit better on the ball than Rice, maybe. I don't.
Yeah, Rice isn't a creative player. Rice is better as a centre mid, box to box, or a DM sort of player. He's not that sort of fella who's got the imagination or whatever. Anderson's actually got a bit of imagination on him. He's a good passer. He's a good box to box. I think he's much better going forward than Declan Rice. Whereas I think Declan Rice is significantly better on the defensive side.
Yeah.
Anderson, obviously wouldn't say no to him at Spurs. Of course wouldn't. But we're talking about him at City. Is it going to... where he was, is it now going to be the small fish in the sea, basically? Because he was the big fish in the pond, basically. Let's see what he's like when he goes to City. We've all seen players come up out of it like looking massive in their team and great, and go into a bigger team, and all of a sudden not far off evaporate.
Yeah,
it's happened many a time before.
Yeah,
of course I'd take him at Spurs. Of course I'd take him at Spurs all day long.
Yeah,
I'm just interested to see how. And you say Anderson is better than Tonali. Well, if we play Tonali right, Tonali has got more overall. Not as good going forward as Anderson. He's definitely stronger, definitely better defensive, definitely better at reading the game, I would say. But that's going from when I used to watch him play in Italy. How we play him is going to be depends whether we play him to his advantages. Tonali, we've got a very good player there who can come up a level or two.
How would you
play him the right way? How would I play him? I'd have him more playing like laying back, box to box, deep line playmaker. Basically, for me, there's two types of box to box. You got the one that starts in the DM role and pushes forward, and you got the one that hangs about more in the midfield and pushes forward to a 10. For me, he's more of that box to box that sits back a lot more. He's very, very, very good at reading a game. I think people will notice that he's actually better off the ball than on the ball, if that makes any sense. I know that might not sound good, but the way he reads a game really well, gets into positions, very good at 1-2, very good at a direct ball. No, he's not a goal scorer on that, not at all. He's definitely, I'd say he's better than Anderson running a midfield as such, being able to control the midfield if you get him in the right team.
He's younger, isn't he?
One thing I've noticed about Tonali already is, just from seeing a couple of friendlies with him, is that he doesn't go to ground a lot. You know, a lot of time he's in the right position. He's just sticking out a leg, nicking the ball away, and he's always kind of in the right area. So
I can't wait to see him.
Do you know you can relate him to slightly, but in a very different way? Maddison. Now you're going to say, how do I do that? Maddison is very good at reading where to be and knows what he wants to do with a ball before he gets it. Tonali's not quite as good as Maddison at that, but he reads the game better than Maddison. He already knows significantly where to be better than Maddison does, but Maddison already knows what he's going to do with a ball better at passing the ball as such. But Tonali's very good on that side as well, but he is a very, very good game reader. But when it comes to going forward and everything, then Anderson is better than Tonali. But as an overall player, we'll see how Tonali does. But after what I saw him...
Yeah, Dan, Tonali's a much more experienced player than Anderson. You know, Anderson may become, better over the years, of course. But Tonali, I mean, I don't think you compare them really. I think Tonali's well ahead at the moment, but just because of experience, his know-how. I'm not saying that Anderson is a quality player, 100%. I'll take him at Spurs, but I mean, I'm happy. I'm very happy we got Tonali there. And Fernandes, we talk about Fernandes. Yes, he's got to step up at Spurs. He's got to step up at Spurs. It's, again, it's pressure. Going from West Ham, he was the best player there, to Spurs and the pressure. But what I've seen, what I've heard, this guy is highly rated. He's doing some crazy stuff. And I think it was you, Nige, you told me today on the phone. Like you said, Fernandes is getting... It was you, mate, wasn't it? About Fernandes? I think you said it to me. I can't remember now, but someone said it to me. Maybe it was you.
It
It was you,
wasn't it?
Cookie. It's last night, wasn't it? Yeah, last night, mate. Fernandez.
Last night was a long time ago, Dan, wasn't it? Eh?
It was.
Yeah.
But yeah. So Fernandez, I'm again looking forward to seeing him. A lot of energy, a lot of running. He can bring the ball forward. He can pass. He can shoot. Yeah, multi-talented midfield with a lot of upside. And under a good coach like De Zerbi, if he can stay fit, stay next to Tonali, I think we could be on to something there. I really do. With Bentancur coming in now and then to give the players some rest, you know, he can do a job. So, yeah, big up to Benji in the chat, mate. How did your show go tonight, mate? I hope you had a cracking one, man. I have to go and check it out tomorrow. Give it a watch, mate. I hope it all went good for you, buddy. This is an interesting comment, actually. Terry says, Watkins to Saudi. I saw this today. Did you everyone see this?
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
go on.
What's your thoughts, guys? Because I mean, Scott's a fan of Watkins. You know, he would upgrade our forward line, I think. But mate, he's going for the big money move, which I get it. At his age, you know, the opportunity and what prize he's set for life.
It just shows again that a lot of players are more mercenary than people think.
That's true enough, Dan. But do you blame him at his age now?
No, of course I don't blame him. It's a job.
No. Yeah, of course.
I think what a lot of people might not realise is football isn't what it was anymore. Same as the FA Cup isn't what it was anymore. A lot more players now play football because it's a job. They obviously enjoy playing football as that, but there's not the same sort of love and passion for the club or for the game that there used to be. Why? Because it's the same with anything that starts involving too much money. People get greedy. People start looking at the money more than anything else. Now, don't get me wrong, players always got paid shitloads of money compared to everyone else. But if you go back 20 years, 25 years, we can go through shitloads of players and you could tell they had a passion for the game. They loved the game. They wanted the game. These days, you look at it, yeah, there's still players there, but nowhere near as many as it was. And it's a lot easier to turn a player's head now with money than just by the size of the club or whatever.
Yeah, man, interesting stuff. Let's sorry, Nige, were you going to say something?
No, I mean Watkins is one that I'd take at Tottenham. I think he improves us. You know, he would play the De Zerbi way. He likes to press. He runs the channels. I thought he would be decent for Spurs, but
homegrown.
I don't know. Villa seem to be selling everyone, don't they, at the moment?
Yeah, it's that old issues they have in it with the they got fined and everything. And look, let's move this along, guys. Great comments in the chat though, really getting us chatting. Cheers, everyone. Big up, smash the like button and everything, much appreciated. Finn in the chat, would you start Rodgers over Palmer right now? Again, two different players, talented. Tough one to call that. Tough one to call, but it's just great to have that option, isn't it?
Depends how I want to play. If I want someone to score goals, then I'm going for Palmer. I think Palmer's a better goal scorer.
I mean, Rodgers, I think, outscored him last year, but I get what you're saying. Palmer, he scored more goals overall.
Palmer had a terrible season last year. No two ways about it. But
previously, he was very good. He was very good, Dan.
I think Palmer's a better overall goal scorer than Rodgers. I think they're quite similar players. Yeah.
Actually, I wouldn't surprise me if Rodgers started in the false nine, because Chelsea got pissed all up front as well, haven't they, really?
You can start Palmer in the middle as well. They're both quite universal players, aren't they? They can cover all three positions if need be. They can all play on the left, centre and right. Yeah.
Flexibility. Yeah, that's the sort of player Spurs need, a flexible player across the forward line who can do multiple things, multiple positions. And Wayne's just gone straight in there. 7 of that Chelsea midfield walk into the Spurs team. Let's go over that. Let's have a little look.
Last season, maybe.
Where is that Chelsea team again? Where is it? There we go. I found it. So we're talking Fernandez walks into the Spurs team, right? Yeah, everyone.
You can argue that.
Casado, yes.
You can argue that.
Can argue it. Palmer, yes. Rodgers, yes.
Oh, everyone in their attacking midfield. I mean, you could put Mickey Mouse on there and they're getting our fucking team if you're going to be honest about it. Then
I wouldn't say.
But if you actually look at the depth there, no, Lavia doesn't get in over Tonali. But again, Fernandez, I can't rate as such. But you look at who they've got as backup. What, Henderson? Really?
No.
Barco? Meh.
No.
You know, and we've got Gallagher sitting there. I know people don't rate him, but depends how you want to play him. You've got probably the best work engine in the Premier League in that aspect. I know some might say, what, the best? Yeah, the best at what he does. He is a work engine and actually gets something out of it. He doesn't just run around like a headless chicken and do sweet FA like Bergvall. I mean, one thing you can say with Gallagher is you will get 110% out of him every game if you play him at least as a centre mid. I think he's got a much better work engine than any of them, but I'm not saying he's better than them.
Look, it's all about opinions, isn't it, Dan? Like, you know, we all rate players differently. Like, even when you started coming out, that's an argument. You said that's an argument. You know, we could go all night, you know, all debating players, but it's just what you think, isn't it? Wayne reckons that 7 will get into the Spurs midfield. Cookie might agree. Nige might not agree. Do you know what I mean? I don't quite agree. You know,
attacking midfield, Dan. Yeah, but defensive
100%.
midfield, if Fernandez is as good as people say, we got a better defensive midfield than them.
Yeah, I'll get that argument.
Centre mid, Fernandez, and then you've got the option of Henderson and Barco.
And also, guys, we've seen this Chelsea midfield, right? Those first starters, we've seen them work in games, right? And this Spurs midfield is new. We've got time will tell, hopefully. Hopefully they'll be as good or even better. But, you know, time will tell with that one. Let's move to
Isn't it nice, though? Sorry, mate. Isn't it nice that we're in the conversation where we can say, actually, yeah, I'm not sure. You know, the attacking midfield, yeah, but every other season we'd be like, yeah, those chase all of them walk into the Spurs side. Now there's a conversation.
Yeah, but it all goes full short, Nige, doesn't it? Going into the season with the forward line and the attacking midfield options.
Oh, absolutely.
This is really, yeah, it's a bit painful, but we will see. We will see. Big up to Sonny in the chat as well. Everyone's all right there. Very strong midfield Chelsea have, especially going forward. Look, let's move along, man. Let's move along. Let's get another team up on the screen here. Who else are we going to look at next? Let's have a little look here. Who we got? We've done City. We got here. That's Spurs' midfield. Let's have a look here. Who else we got? Arsenal, I think. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah,
I don't think we really need to talk much on that one.
They do us pretty much in every which way. I think there's certain things that Tonali's better than Declan Rice, but as an overall player in that Declan Rice as a defensive midfielder, yeah, better player.
Okay, and Guimaraes as well, man. What a player as well. Really like him. I think that's a fantastic signing for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they need, isn't it? Bit more strength in there, ability, skill, eye for a goal. I mean, he really ramps their midfield up, gives it another dimension.
Yeah, I mean, him and Tonali, when they played well together, them two were very, very good. Just last season, as soon as he got injured, if I remember right, that's when Tonali sort of fell off a cliff as well because of who he had next to him. But yeah, they definitely walk all over us in every which way.
We don't like talking about it, but we're football fans, you know. We've got to analyse these things. Yeah, I'm not scared to do that. I don't care. And then talk about that Lewis Skelly had a great game. I mean, come on. The people are comparing him to our own Dembele back in the day there. Yeah, that sort of performance. Brilliant players off the ball. I mean, haven't say I've watched him a lot. Guys.
How old is he?
Oh, he's young. He's young.
Yeah,
very young.
Let's judge him in 5 years' time.
Yeah. It's just
don't get me wrong, fans. Looks very good, but some players hit their peak at a very young age. I mean, I think he's going to be a good player. I think he's going to be good, but at the moment, how can you go and judge someone like Skelly against someone like Dembele?
No, it's madness. It's just fan having fun, isn't it? Really. And Norgard isn't left now, so he's not even in that midfield anymore. Mourinho, who comes off and scores goals, isn't it, from the bench, goal scoring midfielder. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't really want to spend too much time talking about Arsenal, but yeah, they're ahead of us. They're ahead of us. They're 5 years ahead of us, guys. Honestly,
every which way.
Yeah. Anyone else want to add anything before we quickly move on?
No, every which way.
Big up, man. Let's go Liverpool. A little bit more. Yeah. This is what do you reckon of the Liverpool's midfield, guys? I've got question marks on their midfield. To be honest, I'll go chat in a minute as well. See what the chat is saying.
Well, Wirtz hasn't been nothing special since he got here, has he? I mean, and don't get me wrong, in Germany, he looked
He warmed up a bit, Dan, didn't he? By the end of the season, I heard he warmed up. He warmed up a little bit.
Yeah,
took a bit of time.
Considering his price and everything and that, he really did not have a good season. You could say Liverpool didn't have a good season, but Wirtz hasn't landed on his feet here yet. We'll see what he'll do this season. I think he'll improve.
Under Areola. Better, maybe better.
McAllen, yeah. Well, he needs to get better, that's for sure, because I don't think he'd do much worse than he did last season, because he wasn't good until the last few games. He did not stand up to standards in any means or manner, but we do know he is a very gifted player. McAllister, I think he's a very underrated player. Very good player.
Can I just ask something, if you don't mind?
Yeah.
Where's Cody Gakpo on there?
He'll be on the winger. He'll be under the forward.
Oh, right, okay. Sorry.
This is just midfield here. But he can maybe do a job in attacking midfield, maybe, but he's more kind of number on the left, coming off the left. People say he could be playing number 9, possibly link between the midfield and attack, hold the ball up. He's got a shot. I mean, Liverpool fans, they want to shift him out and upgrade him. But that's not every Liverpool fan. I think Liverpool have got to be careful, isn't it? If they let Gakpo go, they need replacements in. You know, that's how it should work, isn't it? Get your replacements in, top better players, and then sell the one's not so good. So there's an argument there with that Liverpool midfield that Spurs can compete, I think, on the day. Definitely. Solobasai ended up playing right back a lot last season. Didn't really play in midfield, did he? Had a good season for Liverpool last year, even from right back.
I mean, I think the main one I've got questions with there is Wirtz on whether he can handle this league, because he didn't do it last season until the last couple of games, until the last, 5 games, where he actually started standing out a little bit.
Yeah.
I do think he will come good, personally. If you look at what he's like in Germany, he was extremely good. But again, you can quite easily say he did not stand out last season in any means or manner in that league.
No, 100%, mate. It didn't work, did it? It didn't work for whatever reason. Maybe adjusting to the league, maybe his poor season, the team. You know, Slot got sacked, even though he still got me the Champions League spots, you know. But it was probably maybe because of the big drop-off from winning the league. They invested 400 million and then they got worse. What does that say, Nige? Let's bring Nige in here. Nige, what does that say? Number 2, well, you know, they spent all that money. You know, they won the title the season before. Yes, Salah's aging. I get that. Nige, anything you want to say there? Or anything about Liverpool compared to Spurs midfield, mate?
I mean, I think, again, I feel like I'm deluded saying this, but I look at our midfield now and I look at that Liverpool midfield and I'm like, okay, I think we can match them. I still think the attacking area is a concern, but I think a fit Maddison, I think that 3 is a starter. I think if we got Fernandes, Tonali and Maddison, I think that competes with the Liverpool midfield 100%. And for me, I think Liverpool, crazy last year. They'd already won the title. All they needed to do was just tweak a couple of areas and they went out and spent so much money and backfired on them massively.
I'd say defensive midfield, we're better.
Yeah.
With Tonali and Fernandes there, defensive midfield, I'd say we are better.
100%.
But centre mid, that's when you can start having the questions, where McAllister, I think, is quite an underrated player.
Curtis Jones, tidy player.
But again, defensive wise in midfield, like I said, I think overall in midfield, we've got a top 6 team. If you rate the 4 of them.
Yeah, look, I think we can more competitive with the Liverpool midfielders. As we've been going on with them, we started off with City, Chelsea, and where we fell short was the attacking midfield areas. But I mean, I look at them and I think it's getting closer to these teams. I definitely think so. You could have an argument. We've got even stronger in Liverpool. I think Liverpool need midfield, another midfielder in there going into the season. I think they really do, and are more of a defensive man. Now, Gravenberch, I like. I mean, he's more box to box. Nige, you fan of Gravenberch?
Yeah, I think he's a really good player. Scores a few goals as well. Scores the odd goal. Yeah, listen, that Liverpool midfield is good, but it's definitely not as strong as it has been over the years. And yeah, I fancy our midfield against theirs. I've got to be honest.
Fair enough, mate. Cookie, any thoughts on that before we quickly move on to one more team?
Yeah, just pretty similar, really. I mean, again, McAllister, Gravenberch, Wirtz, if it's all running smoothly, it's a very good midfield, isn't it? But then in DM, when you're dropping down to end of it, I haven't seen a lot of that. I don't know how you pronounce his name. Is it Bajatic? Something like that. Anyway, I haven't seen a lot of him, but
young player, quite a young
yeah,
player.
he's a young player, and it looks like he could turn out to be half tidy. He looks half decent, what I've seen of him. But like you say, Dominic plays over at right back sometimes now for Liverpool. Could we match him? Yeah, of course we can match him. Fernandez, Tonali, a fit whoever at number 10. Of course we can match him. Why not?
But still, I still think that they've got a bit more there in that attacking midfield. I do think still, yeah. And again, that's where we're going to fall short again. There's just a theme running through the show tonight with the midfield.
Harvey Elliott is a player I would not say no to at Spurs personally.
100%. I would take him as well, even though he's said some things about Spurs in the past, and not all the fans would be happy. No, I don't give a shit. It's about getting good players in the side. Let's go to the chat, man. Let's go to the chat. Big up to everyone in the chat. Actually, smash the like button. Subscribe if you're new to the channel. Subscribe to my guests. Let's get your links up, man. I appreciate you all coming on, Nige, mate. You know, doing the show together. We're on your channel next week, mate. You'll be running the show next week. You're getting the guests in, and that's a come down. We're going to go Wednesday. Isn't that right, Nige? Next Wednesday?
Wednesday night? Yeah, next Wednesday.
No pressure, mate. No pressure, mate. You'll be a different type of show. It makes it interesting, mate. You'll come at it a different way. But Dan's links there in the chat. We got, if you ain't subscribed, I'm sure a lot of you in the chat subscribed to you already. But anyone not, please go and give him subs. Cookie as well. It's Cookie. Everyone's smashing it. And then also Ed Nige is just your link in there as well. In there. So cheers, guys. Look, let's see if there's any comments. I'm going to run through. I can't bring them all up. Sorry, guys.
Quick thing, Dan.
Yeah, of course,
Quick
man.
thing is the biggest problem we've got is actually injuries. Because if you look at that whole team and take the injuries out of it, apart from centre mid and maybe on the left, we really have not got a bad team now. If you actually look at that midfield up front, Kudus, good player. Kulusevski can cover the right. Look at number 10. You got Maddison, Simmons, Kulusevski should be there, and that's where he plays at his best. And Kudus can also cover a 10 as well. You then go onto the left-hand side. That's where we start looking dodgy because we've got Tell there, but also Simmons can. I think Simmons was bought to play as the inside forward from the left. Personal opinion. We'll see with that one day, I think. And you can also stick Maddison on the left and use him as a left-sided playmaker like England did and Leicester did quite a few times. If you actually look at the whole thing, it's not that bad. It's just the actual injuries that completely, utterly screw us over. And then you look at who we've got up front, and we've got Mickey and Minnie Mouse up there, and that's just being polite. But if you actually look at the whole set, it's not that bad. It's just the injuries is the problem. Maddison is as creative as anybody, one of the best creative playmakers, old school playmaker number 10s in the league. Kudus can handle a 10. I personally would prefer Kudus as a 10 than a winger because I think he's very similar to Kulusevski. Same as Kulusevski is much, much better as a false 9 or a cam. And I told everyone that 3 years ago, and it took 2 years before people started believing me. And that's only because I watched him out in Juventus so many times where they took him off the right-hand side and actually stuck him in the middle behind Ronaldo. Him and Ronaldo had a massive link-up. But then having Ronaldo in front of you, I suppose anyone could. But he's much, much better in the middle. Without the injuries, it's really not that bad.
When you say this, Dan, and I mean, I get where you're coming from, and it could work next season. I mean, job sharing role for number 10, you know, it could work maybe, but then I think we need a right winger. Then I think we need a right winger there. If Kudus is going to go central, then you need some pace out wide. De Zerbi likes the pace on with the wingers, and if Kudus is central, then who we got playing out on the right. We shouldn't be having to rely on Mikey Moore, Williams, Barnett.
No.
So
Kudus starts on the right, obviously, but I do think he's a good number 10.
So saying that, Dan, who would you put on the right then? If Kudus had to go inside, if he had to go inside, say Kudus had to go number 10, who are you putting on the right?
I wouldn't. I'd stick Kudus on the left and I'd go and do something depending on what sort of game you play. I mean, again, another people will say this sounds a bit cranky, but Gallagher can cover a number 10 role, but it depends what you want your number 10 to do.
Yeah.
If you want your number 10 as a playmaker, he is not your man. If you want your number 10 as the ball winner,
presser, yeah,
as the presser basically, and to get forward with the ball, look what he did at Palace. He did a very good job as a number 10 at Palace. That's how he got noticed, and he scored a couple of goals. I'm not saying he's the number 10 I'd want, but again, people seem to think that a number 10 is a playmaker, nothing more. It can only be a creative player. Depends how you want to play football. If you want your man to win it up front, Gallagher he's actually very good at that. I mean, people don't rate him at all. Okay, I get it. He just doesn't, he's not technical. He doesn't look special on the ball. He's a work engine. He's a workhorse. And if you want someone to win that ball up there early, Gallagher is a good man for that job.
Yeah, interesting stuff, guys. Interesting stuff. Just go to the chat, see if there's any comments in the chat. There's quite a lot going on in there. Hold on, let's have a little look. Chelsea with no Europe. Terry says we'll be pushing for top 4 this season. I mean, Alonso, highly rated manager. I got question marks at their defence with Chelsea. Forward line. Who's their forward now at Chelsea? They signed Welbeck there. I think he can do a job. They've got Jackson there. Who else? They got Delap still there. I mean, Cookie, you mentioned Spurs, but Chelsea are never going to do business with Spurs. I've got to be honest, they ain't done business with each other for years. Who else they got up top there, Chelsea? That's it, really, isn't it? I don't think they got anyone.
The young Brazilian kid, haven't they? Estevao, is it? Or
right, he's coming off the right. Good, yeah.
He's off
good
the
player.
right, yeah.
Young player, left. They got who's they got on the left? It's going to be Rodgers, Palmer in it, really. Yeah.
Do you know, Chelsea, sure if anything's going to hold them back, their defence ain't great, and their goalkeeper definitely ain't great. And there's my proof again of a solid goalkeeper. If they had a solid goalkeeper, they would have finished significantly higher.
Well, they were a bit of a mess last season, weren't they, with Maresca, and then they changed manager and they brought in that young boy. I don't know what's his name again. Who managed Hull? Came from another team.
Liam.
Yeah, he's at Marseille now, isn't
he? Yeah. Or he was. I don't know if he's gone back there. Liam Rossinia.
Oh yeah.
Liam Rossinia. Yeah. That went well, didn't it, for him?
Yeah, that was a madness. That was a madness. Maresca, he had them up in that round that European spot, and then they sacked him and they fell off. Big error, but we love it. We love it. Bird on the banjo. Evening to you. Could carry 1 unfit 10, but cooling matters and Xavi is too much. Yeah, this is it. Too many question marks for me. It could come off. We could pull it off. We could get lucky. You know, Dan, like you said, mate, could pull off. We'll have to wait and see on that one. Scott in the chat says, how you doing, Scott? Lavia, Tonali, a wash. Lavia better than Fernandes, although he does seem to struggle with fitness. Lavia, I think, has been a disappointment at Chelsea. I mean, when he was at Southampton, good player. Lavia actually played well against Spurs. I can't remember the game, but he had a good game against us one season.
How can we say Lavia is better than Fernandes? It's just crazy talk.
I don't think
Lavia had one good season. One good season at Southampton. He's done nothing at Chelsea.
Lots of fitness issues. So many fit. He's never fit, that bloke. He'll be moved on, I reckon. Rob says Xavi having an entire week to plan will be hard to beat. Tom reckons Chelsea have a better manager than De Zerbi. Would you agree? Alonso a better manager than De Zerbi, guys? He's one more.
What he done in Germany was brilliant, and Leverkusen didn't even have a special team. Leverkusen again proves a point that I keep making to people of you can have as long as you've got 1 or 2 good players that stand out, and they did, some very good players, but in general their team was nothing special. What he sussed out was the right formation for the team, playing everybody in sync at what they're good at, and you can make an all right team look like a very, very good team. And that is one problem we've definitely had with managers, playing players completely out of sync. Porro, prime example. Kulusevski, prime example. And then when you go and get someone like bloody Gallagher and play him as a wing back and a right midfielder, he obviously ain't going to look sweet, is he? And that is one thing that I do think their manager is good at. But then look what happened when he went to a big team like Real Madrid. He totally fell off a cliff because he couldn't get no control over the players. So, is he going to do that at Chelsea? I don't see why not. I think he's got the mentality for it, definitely. I think he's a good manager. But let's see how he does it in the Premier League, because we all know the German league, apart from Bayern Munich and Dortmund, are nothing special.
Expectations in it as well, Dan, because Chelsea expect to be up there, you know.
Yes,
just
they
like
do.
Real Madrid do, whereas Leverkusen, you know, would have been happy with a Champions League spot. You know, the fact they did what they did. But as soon as he goes up to a big club like Madrid and now Chelsea, they're going to be expecting minimum top 4. So let's see what he does.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how he goes, wouldn't it? Even though he's played in the league,
that will help. I think that will help.
Yeah, it will just be interesting to see how Chelsea go under him, and he's Chelsea being the first Premier League team that he's managed. So, yeah, obviously we've looked at the team earlier, Chelsea's midfield and that, and let's see what he does with it. It'd be interesting, wouldn't it, to see what he does with them if he tries to make them. Because you are right, their defence ain't the best, is it? It's not. I'm not saying, you know, it's not the best. No. So he's got to try and do something. About that as well, conceding goals.
But I think he's got the technicality for it. I think he's got the right technicality for it. He's played in the Premier League. He knows the Premier League well enough, and I think he's a good manager. I just think he went from how do you want to put it? I think he went from the big fish in the small pond to the little fish in the fucking ocean, basically. I mean, going to Real Madrid is a big move for anybody.
Yeah,
but he did not live up to standards at Madrid, did he? So, and again, Chelsea, like Dan said, and you two said, they're going to be expecting. So he's going to have pressure on him from the very start. But I think he will do better in the Premier League than he will do in Spain because of his knowledge of the Premier League. I think they've got a good manager there, personally.
Yeah.
So what was the thinking, guys? Better manager right now and what he's done? I think so. It doesn't mean De Zerbi can't compete with him. You know, if we're given a good team, good forwards, that would break come in. That De
Zerbi is a poor man's Conte.
Yeah.
Except he's more with his personality and everything. He's a poor man's Conte. He hasn't done what Conte's gone, but he plays totally different football as well. Especially for an Italian, he actually plays very attacking football. But he's also very good at playing free at the back. He's also proved that he can quite happily get a team playing free at the back with wing backs and actually look significant as well.
Yeah,
he wasn't bad in. He wasn't bad in France either.
Managers got to win at some point, right? You know, Alonso didn't win anything before he went to Leverkusen. So, you know, who's to say that De Zerbi won't be at Spurs and win us something?
It's with the team we got in it. But I think the way you got to look at it is that's where you see the difference in a world-class manager and a good manager as such. You look at that team that he's got there. Barkane and Son, significantly better than what Conte had. Significantly better in every position except Son and Kane. And look what Conte did with that team. I don't think people realise how special it was getting us in that top 4 and how hard that was. And then Ange, well, look what Ange did. He got us 5th place in his first season. And his team was not better than the team we've got now. But again, up front, we're totally injured and screwed. But the rest of the pitch, we're better than what Ange had, better than what Conte had. So De Zerbi, well, let's see what he can do. If he gets us up to 7th or 8th, it's massive, massive improvements on last season. It's just people don't like the phrase 8th. It doesn't sound good. But
Doesn't
when
that sound exciting, does it? Conference League doesn't sound.
No.
People want at least Europa League position.
Yeah, but at the moment, I don't think we've got any right to fight for that, basically, unless we have some serious luck on our side with what we've got up front. But like you've agreed, me and others have agreed, if we would have had a better defence and a more controlling midfield last season, you could have easily added 10 to 15 points onto us last season, which would have had us in the top 7 or 8. 8th is a massive improvement to what we have done. We just missed relegation by 2 fucking points.
Yeah.
Look, I've got to move this along. We're going to shut down at 11 because, it's been a cracking show, guys. Appreciate everyone. Let's just quickly run over Man United. I don't want to spend long on it because I wanted to talk about Brentford before that. We could go on all night, mate. Honestly, with the chat, with the talking points, mate. Honestly, we could do a marathon like your show the other night, Cookie. We could do it easily a 4.5 hour one here. I tell you what, it's so much.
You know what it's like
about.
once it gets going, mate. Once it gets going, the time flies by, and the subjects you talk about, and before you know it, you've done 3 hours. Do you know what I mean? It's mad. It's mad.
Yeah,
easily done.
It's easily done, isn't it? I'm enjoying myself, honestly. It's a good cracking show. Big up to everyone in the chat. Look, Man United. I mean, quickly run over them. A lot of people rate the bloke who came from Chelsea, Santos. I mean, he's more of a DM than our DMs. Young player. I don't know anyone rates him or not. Highly, some fans seem to think he's a really good player. You got Mainu there, and Fernandes obviously very good as attacking midfielder. Tielemans has come in from Villa, going to give him something different. Mount injury prone. I think they need midfielder. I think they did another one in there or two. To be honest, they lost Casemiro. I think if Man United don't sign a 1 or 2 more midfields, I think they're going to really struggle next season, especially being in the Champions League. I don't know if you agree with me or not.
They ain't got no money, Dan. They ain't got no money.
You know what's happened with Man U?
They're talking about selling their best player to raise funds, to get players in.
Yeah, why is that?
Go on.
Because they have spent, again, this is where people have got to give Levy credit, because everybody is trying to copy him. And when he built that stadium for us, we don't even have to pay for that stadium. The stadium pays for itself. Look what Arsenal had to did for 20 years. Sell their players to pay for the stadium. We don't even have to do that. It pays for itself and makes us money. Man U have left their stadium so long that Old Trafford is basically falling apart, and they're going to have to knock the whole thing down, not far off, knock it down. And think of the price that it would cost to make the Spurs stadium now. You can easily double that price with just working and the amount of cost of metal and everything else. You could easily make that a 2 billion stadium, a 2.5 maybe even, yeah? And then they want to go and make Old Trafford a 90,000 to 100,000 stadium, yeah? That's going to cost them easily £3 to £4 billion.
But Danny, they're billionaires, right? The owners at Man U, right? They could get it out of their own pocket, right? I don't know if it works like that, or on loan, or what, like Spurs did.
Yeah. But the other thing is, they've got to pay for that stadium, and the problem they'll have there is over that time they're going to have absolutely no income, whatever, basically coming in out of the football. Yeah. So unless they get Champions League consistency, they could be in serious trouble. Yeah. They could end up doing what basically Arsenal did, and that was literally evaporate for 20 years paying that stadium. We don't have to do that. The reason we can spend this money, part of it, is because of that stadium, what Daniel Levy did. He read that book brilliantly. People can go and slate him all they want, but the only reason we can actually spend the money we can is because of what he done with that stadium and the time he done it as well. The thing is, up in Manchester...
And Dan, let me come back at you here, and it's just kind of going to continue the conversation. I mean, if Spurs now go on and get success and keep the transfer window quality levels, similar window to window, and we sort the forward line out and we keep improving, and we go and win things, then we can turn around and say, well, yeah, that was the plan all day long, right? But we've got to get there first, haven't we? Because it's all right spending this money now, But we haven't done anything yet. But maybe, Dan, you could be, if you said that in maybe another 2 or 3 seasons and we've got success, you'll be like, you're bang on, mate, because we've got there.
I think we're already 2 years behind ourselves in the aspect of what we was able to spend. Because once we'd done that stadium, we could have been up and flying within the season. But then what happened? COVID. It fucked everybody over, especially people who had just built a new stadium. Yeah. Because we had to actually cover the stadium because the stadium was not paying for itself. It wasn't having events there, 30 events in a year. It didn't have the go-kart track underneath it. It didn't have to deal with the NFL. Well, it did, but nothing could be played there. It didn't have no income whatsoever. And we had to pay for that stadium basically for 2 years. Now that stadium talks for itself. Why is everyone trying to copy? Another team you're going to have to watch is Everton. Because Liverpool are building on their stadium, but they ain't got to build a whole new stadium. Man U have got to knock that shithole down. And that is going to, if they want 100 million stadium, they're going to have to pay, I'd say, up to 4 billion on that stadium. And I know Manchester is a very, let's say, council-orientated area, but they ain't going to be paying for the stadium. They might put their little bit into it because of what it adds to the area, like what happened with Tottenham. Look at the amount of money that stadium brings into Tottenham on its own, not just the football club, yeah? Man U are going to be in serious trouble, serious debt, unless they keep getting consistent Champions League. How are they going to be paying for this stadium and also bringing in players, paying 300 grand on players and then paying 50, 60, 70, 80, 100 million for players? Then they might be the third biggest club in the world because they've gone down from the first biggest. The only reason they even make money on a match day is because of the size of their stadium. They're the only ones who actually compete with us. Now, even if they get 100,000 in there, they still won't have the same ticket prices that we have because the further up north you go, the poorer it gets. I know that sounds like being stuck up and whatever, but it's a fact. Newcastle, look at the size of their stadium. They don't touch us on a match day. They don't even touch Fulham or bloody Crystal Palace. Liverpool, they can't charge the same ticket prices we do. Villa, they will never get nowhere unless they get a new stadium. And even then, they will never get the same ticket prices that we do. The amount we make on a match day, the only reason Man U come close to us is because of the size of their stadium. They need an extra 25,000 in their stadium to come close to what we make on a match day. We make over, 5 to 6 million just on one match day. The only ones close to it is Man United, and that's because they got a 75,000 stadium. So last time I repeat it, they go and knock Old Trafford down. That's easily a 4 billion build-up for a 100,000 stadium. Where is their income coming from? It ain't going to be coming from the bloody stadium, is it? And that is a massive amount of money for them to lose.
You got worries about them, Dan, mate? Big worries, mate. Have done a lot of reading up or just following, you've been speaking to Man U fans or what? Just general knowledge?
To me, it's common sense. It's just common sense. Look what happened to Arsenal. Like I said, Arsenal...
What he says is true. I live here.
Yeah, well, Cookie, you can back him up. I know they've got issues financially, but I don't really spend a lot of time really thinking about them. They've been building for years, haven't they? They've spent millions, billions, haven't they, Man United, on a lot of shit as well. And
they still had the income.
Yeah, they did, but it's running out, right? Is that what you're saying? It's running out.
Yeah, this is why I tell people. Yeah, this is why I tell people, because the money's got to go elsewhere for them in the future to make money, because otherwise Old Trafford's literally going to fall apart on them. It's a shithole. It is an absolute dog dive now. It can't even fucking handle the rain, for God's sake, without it falling through the fucking ceiling. It is a mess. And so imagine that. They make round about 5 to 6, basically the same as us, maybe a little bit more. So let's say 6 million a game, yeah? 6 million times 18. You know, you're already talking like nearly 120 million they're going to lose out on. Any events that they do have there, they're not going to have. They're going to lose a massive income. And this is where I tell people the FA Cup is irrelevant these days. It's just a nice little cup on the side. Nothing more, nothing less. What can build your club more? Finishing top 4 for 4 years on the trot, or finishing 10th and winning 4 FA Cups back to back? Who wants to come and win an FA Cup? That's a nice little thing on the side, yeah. But players will come to teams that are in the Champions League, not because they've won the bloody FA Cup. and the money comes in from the Champions League, not the bloody FA Cup.
Madness, man.
Yeah,
it's bad.
Crazy stuff.
I don't like
Cookie?
it.
No, I was just going to say, I watch I watch the Odd United channel because I live up here now. And there's a fella I watch, and he's almost like a bit like us. He just wants to see progression in his football team, but he knows what's coming with a stadium. Do you know what I mean? And you listen to him, and he makes total sense what he's saying, but because people are in the here and now, they're not listening to what could be going on for the next 5, 10, however many years until Manchester United get themselves back on their feet again. You know, it's going to take them a right while to do it.
Yes.
And I'm not saying they're not going to buy anyone, don't get me wrong, but, you know, they're not going to be chasing elite players every transfer window.
They can't afford to.
No.
Like I said, up in Manchester, sadly, the further up north you go, I mean, my property here, I could sell this and probably get 2 places in Manchester, because in England, I mean, it used to be all the money in England was up north, but that's not like that anymore. All the money in this country is London. If there's no London, there's no UK. London literally supports the UK, doesn't it? Scotland. Who pays for Scotland? We pay for Scotland. London pays for Scotland. Now, obviously, other places add to it, but London is where the money is. How can Fulham and Palace charge higher season tickets and higher bloody tickets on the day than Manchester fucking United, than Liverpool Football Club? How? Because the money is in London.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Look, guys, a lot of people have suddenly joined us. I don't know where they've all come from. Maybe a show's ended and people have joined us. The big up. We're going to continue past 11 now. Yeah. Nige is going to drop off at 11, mate. He's got to get up early in the morning. Cookie, more than welcome to stay. I know you're in a bit of pain, mate, so you let me know if you're happy to stay. Me and Dan, I know Dan, he's willing to pile on. I'm willing to pile on with it.
I'm
and
just for a bit, mate. Yeah.
You all right, mate? Just give us a shout. Nige, shall I say bye at 11 to you, mate? Or do you want to drop now?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, I got to be up at 6. So
early one, mate. Yeah. Look, everybody, please go over to Nige. Go and give him a sub. Let me get his link up, mate. If you're not already subscribed to Nige, please go and give him a sub. Nige will be running Beyond the Lane next Wednesday, 8 o'clock. We'll be doing it on his channel. So please, guys, come down and give us a watch. Nige, mate, it's been enjoyable, isn't it? Back to the old days, eh?
Yeah, it's been a good show. It's been a good show. Always fun. Lots of slides. Yeah. So, yeah, good fun, mate.
Yeah, cheers, mate. And big up to you, man. And I'll catch you up with you tomorrow, mate. Yeah. Take it easy, buddy.
Cheers, chat.
See you later. Look, everybody who's joined us, just let you know what we've been doing. We were going through the Spurs defense. When we moved to the midfield, we thought we'd, do a bit of comparison compared to the other top 6 sides. And look, and we got to the end of it, just finished off with Man United. Now, just kind of summarize, guys. Dan, has it changed your mind in any way? Do you still think we've got a top 6 midfield, or maybe you still stand by it?
With 4 of the players, yes. And then when it comes to crap like Gray, Bergville, and bloody Sarr, that just totally knocks us off cliff. But you take our 2 main centre mids with the backup they've got, that is a top 6 midfield. I mean, look at mate. I would say our midfield. I would say our centre defensive wise, I'd say we've got one of the best midfields in the league. Defensive-minded midfielders. I'd say we've got maybe top 3, top 4, defensive-minded. If you go by centre mid, we're still top 6. I think overall we might even, if Fernandez lands on his feet and Tonali, I think we might even have a better centre mid than 2 centre mids than Man United, personally, because I don't think their midfield is strong. Our midfield gets weak when we go up front, so I'm only talking about centre mid DM. I think defensive-minded midfielders, I'd say we've got top 3, top 4. But overall midfield, I'd say we've got a top 6.
For me, Dan, I just think due to the question marks over the attacking midfielders, I not think we're there yet. Maybe I'll be proved wrong next season, because if we do finish in the top 6, then you're right, mate. Do you know what I mean? Cookie, what do you reckon, mate? What do you think of
mate,
this subject?
I'm happy with where we're up to attacking midfield. You can't legislate for injuries, whether you want Madison, whether you want Xavi, whether you want Kulu, whoever, right? But just changing the subject a little bit, that has to be addressed. Because if it's not addressed, we're going into the season not knowing what's going on with Madison, right? And as you've both alluded to, 1 minute he's fit, but it don't take a lot to break the stick as such. And then where do we go from there? And this is what my problem is. And I totally agree with both of you. We've been, what we've done early doors, all good stuff. I haven't really got a problem with it. And I haven't, You can't be perfect in every area. Sometimes, what comes in, you think to yourself, well, like Dan said, is he going to play slightly differently? Could he play with 3 at the back? And he may well do. Who knows? I was just looking at it and the old, 4-3-3, Dan, or 4-2-3, whatever you want to look at it. But I'm just really worried about. I'm really worried about what we're going to do in the next couple of weeks, as far as the forward line and attacking midfield, if you like, is concerned. Because it'd be such a shame to have invested in what we have, if you like, for it to just fall short at the end. I'm sure we're going to get someone in, but whether it divides the fan base again or not is another matter.
Well, it usually does, doesn't it?
Yeah, normally, Dan, it does. Yeah.
Exactly. So I think we just got. You see that team again. I've been saying it for 3 years, and then people said it would never work because 3 at the back don't work in the Premier League. Well, and it's ultra defensive. Well, it's actually not if you play it how you want to play it. 3 at the back, you can play the most attacking football in the league if you wish to. Now, that team is still, for me, player for player, especially with the injuries, is made to play 3 at the back.
Yeah.
Imagine that. In the middle, I don't know, we go stick Senesi there. Van Hecke on the right, and then go stick Van der Ven on the left. I'd say that's a pretty stable back 3.
Yeah.
And all of them can pass.
Dan, would you prefer to have Alonso as manager? Because he does a back 3.
I wouldn't say no. Then you look at the wing backs we've got. We've got one of the best direct crossers of the ball, Robertson. Okay, stamina, not great, but one of the best crossers of the ball in the league as a wing back. Very direct. Go look on the right-hand side. At the moment, especially after the World Cup he had, again, how long have I been telling people that we're playing in the wrong way, that we should be playing him as a wing back, even pushing him up to a right midfield to get up there, and then covering that position with everyone coming across, or the DM coming across it, or the DM comes in and the other goes over. Then you look in centre mid. Fernandez, if he's as good as people say, I can't vouch for him. Next to DANalyst. Looks pretty solid again, doesn't it? Then what do we do when we go forward? We've definitely got Richie up front. Who are the 2 we stick behind them? That's the question.
Dan, let's bring that horrible forward line up, mate. I know we weren't going to do it, but we got to do the old squad, haven't we? This is the whole point of it. We've done the defence midfield. Let's bring up that horrible forward line. Let me see where it is, mate. If I've got it anywhere, let's have a look. Try and find it. Here we go. No, that's the midfield. Let's have a look here. Is that it? No. Well, I think it was so bad. I don't even think I uploaded it, mate. It was just terrible.
Don't blame me.
Yeah, we know. We don't have to bring it up. We all know it, who they are. It's just that when you got it out on paper, when you're looking at it there,
right. So with what I said, and Porro was not a right back. He started as a right back. That was where they started him playing at the back, and he went forward and covered it really, and that's what he did. That's why he got forward that much more, and they actually covered him at the back, which we don't. But you look at that with the 3 at the back, I said, with the 2 wing backs, I said, 2 midfielders, I said, and then if he's fit, you go and stick Kudus as the 10 with a joint 10 of Maddison. Or in a worst case scenario, you go and put Tonali or Gallagher up there next to Kudus or Maddison. That's not the worst team out there. Okay, the goals, where does it come from, is more of a question. I get that. But in that
Dan,
aspect,
are you saying that potentially we could finish higher than 8th? Because that's how it's coming across. Or are you just still sticking to 8th as sensible and realistic?
Sensible and realistic in that aspect. But if you look at the formation I've said, tell me that sounds wrong. Again, with the 3 at the back, I said, 2 midfields, I said, left back, right back. And then if Kudus is going to be fit, like they're saying he's going to be, stick him as a joint 10 with Maddison there. And then obviously we've got total dog shit up front. But tell me otherwise. That sounds better than playing a 4-2-3-1 when you've got two. When you've got 2
He
people.
won't do it though. He won't do it though, Dan. This is the problem.
He's done it. He has played it. He does play it. He played it in Marseille and he played it over here as well in games.
Did he?
Not that often. Enough. He was mainly a 4-3-3 or a 4-2-3-1.
But you know when you're going into a season, right? And what all I've seen in pre-season is a 4 at the back. Do you think he would? I mean, it makes sense, Dan. I get it, right? I totally get where you're coming from. It suits the defenders that we have in the team. It makes a lot of sense. But I just think I don't think he's going to do it, mate. Maybe we'll do it in the season. Maybe we'll change it up certain games. I just think that we're going to be going in with this 4-2-3-1. Or the other day, it was more like a 4-3-3 against Hoffenheim. So I don't know, mate. You know, you've got to be flexible these days, haven't you? As a manager, you've got to play to your strengths. And, you know, there might be periods in the season where we're fucked in attack. You know, we're fucked in midfield. And you're going to have to play that way. You have to get the width from the fullbacks because they definitely can do it. And this is this sort of thing, Dan. And I mean, obviously we're all going to judge De Zerbi next season. We're all going to have our say on how he's setting up the team, what he does mid-game. Things are not working. How does he change it? Is he flexible? You know, is he willing to be brave and move to a back 3? These are the sort of things that we'll be looking at and we'll be discussing because I'm sure, Dan, when a game ain't gone well, Cookie, as well, and chat, you know, why didn't he do that? We'll be all talking about it. Do you know what I mean? And then on the other side of it, if he does a change that works and it makes us win a game or gets us points, stops us from losing, we'll be praising it at the same time.
Again, you can play 2 formations, even 3 formations in a game if you want, but mainly 2 formations.
Who's the master of that, Dan? Who's the master of doing that?
Mourinho, I would say.
Exactly.
But if we start, say, with a 4-2-3-1, we can easily make that 3 at the back with both the wing backs, full backs turning into wing backs and going forward, and one of the DM coming back and covering the centre back role, being the ball winner basically, with the other one going in front of him and be the ball winner. So when we're in attack, we can easily go to 3 at the back and then use the wing backs for what they are actually there for. Porro is not a right back and was never bought as a right back. He was bought to be a wing back for Conte. Exactly that. Exactly what he played in Portugal. Exactly what he played for Spain. As all he did was start as the right back. But if anyone watched the Spain games, he did not play as a right back. So even if we start off with a 4-2-3-1 or a 4-3-3, as soon as we go into attack, that's when you pull your man back to give yourself 3 at the back, and then everyone else can take it forward. Ball comes down further, the defensive midfield pushes forward to win the ball, and you still got 2 men covering his arse, but then you got to hope your wing backs can get back as well. So while we're in attack, we can change it into 3 at the back quite easily because both the centre mids we've got are very, very good ball winners. Very good defensive-minded players.
Yeah.
Tonali reads the game as good as anybody out there.
Yeah. I can't argue that, mate. I can't, and we'll see. We will see. Do you know what I want to move on to? Dan, let me know when you've got to drop off, mate, and Cookie. Cookie, do you need to go off now, mate? You're done. You're done for the night, mate. Thank you so much for coming on, buddy.
No worries, man. Thanks for having me. Big up to the chat, by the way. Big up to the monster that is Danny. And big up to you, DANalyst. Thanks for having me on. And I'll see you all, I hope, in the morning on the brunch at 9:30 a.m. Thanks very much, Dan, and have a good evening, everyone. Cheers.
Cheers, Cookie,
Take it
mate.
easy, mate.
Appreciate it. People sub if you haven't to Cookie. There's his link. Thank you very much, Cookie, mate. I hope you have a good show in the morning. Cheers, mate. I'll put the link in the chat. I know, Dan, you ain't got too much longer. So
yeah, I've got 10 minutes, mate.
You've got 10 minutes. Let me know when you got to drop. Yeah, there may be a couple of people join. If they do, I may go on. We've got 93 in the chat. Smash the like button. Subscribe to myself. Subscribe to Dan as well if you haven't already. Much appreciated. Let me get Dan's link up in the chat here. Here we go. Give him a sub as well. Look, where are we going to go here now, Dan? I know you ain't got long left, but I want to bring up what I saw today. And then we're going to talk about transfers, and then we'll talk about the Brentford game possibly. And I'll just talk to the chat if it's just me and my jacks. It's not a problem. We've got here, look, it's just what I saw today, guys, and everyone in the chat, and what you think of this. This is true. Because we've had figures thrown around from different people online, on YouTube, whatever, that, you know, we've got a net spend of what, 20 million, 30 million, 40 million, 50 million. It changes every day, or whatever you listen to. It's 83 million here in this here.
Something like that. 70 to 80, something along those lines. So
why are people saying it's so low, Dan?
Because of the income of the players we've had, isn't it? We've spent however, what is it, 200 and whatever million it is, but then look we've made 90 million just over Romero and Vuskovic. And then also 26 million off Spence. So there you go, you're on 110, 116 now. And then Vicario, we haven't made no money on him. And I think we're obviously still going to sell Sar. I think we get about 15 mil for him. Dragusin, another one we made 20 million off as well. So technically, if we had that 300 million to spend, like they say, we've still got 220 in our back pocket, rounding the numbers off.
And then if we look at it a little bit closer there, any surprises spending-wise, other teams? Chelsea, 207 million. Ipswich, look at Ipswich, man. Having to spend the money now, isn't it? Being promoted.
Well,
Arsenal up there. Coventry, I think. Is that Coventry there, 101 as well?
Teams, when they come up, they obviously have that bit of money and they need to spend to try and stay in that league. But again, there's the two teams that I mentioned earlier, Aston Villa and Newcastle. Now, I believe we're in the same tier as them, basically. Like I say, I don't call Spurs a big football club, as all we've ever been is a cup club. Nothing more, nothing less. Because for me personally, big clubs win leagues. Big clubs win Champions Leagues. We never did it. We won the league twice. We've won the league as many times as Derby County, for God's sake. Everton have won the league 9 times. But we're in the same tier as basically Newcastle and Villa with football club. But when you look at everything on the business side of it and the fan base and everything else, we are massively in front of them. That is why Spurs are such a head fuck. But they can't spend the money that we can because they can't attract the money that we can. Look at the fine that Aston Villa have got coming. Because what was it? 95% of their money went on wages when they're only meant to even use 75%. So
yeah,
that's why they can't get to that next level, Dan, because we have that stadium. They don't.
Yeah, and we do, and we've got to look at it like that. We have to praise the club for getting us in this position. Just we got to go and get success now, and we got to get something. We've got to be competitive. We've got to be challenging season in, season out, and until we do that, I'm not giving a lot of praise to the ownership, I'm afraid, and that's just me. Everyone's different. Everyone has their own opinion. And look, and I just think it's just, with the net spend and it's dropping like this. Let me take that off the screen. I just think that there's money there, right? There's so much money there. We talk at the beginning of the window that we could spend up to 400 million in this window. And obviously, as it started, we was up to 250. You thought we were on the way there, but everything, and clawing back those transfers, selling those players, it's balanced. It's more balanced, but there's still money to spend. And I just don't get the problem here. If you can't get your first choice, can't get your second choice, third, I don't know. Like, they're holding out. It looks like on the face of it, they're holding out for Gakpo and Savinho. That's all we hear. That's all we kind of know. A few other names dropped in and out. But I just think that with the spending power that Spurs got, with the opportunity this season, Dan, you've said it, many people in the chat have said it, other YouTubers said it. There's a massive chance next season that if Spurs did go bigger and they went out and got a couple of game changers or a couple of players that are going to score and assist, then we could really have a strong season next year with the one game a week sort of thing. And it's so close now. What, how long now till that window shuts? Under 2 weeks now, right?
I think
Season
it's about
starts.
3 weeks, something along those lines, isn't it?
And end of the month, isn't it? 1st of September or 31st of August, whatever. I'm not 100% sure. So I'm just thinking the club really got to go big now. They've really got to really push hard, and it's going to get harder. The longer the window goes on, the harder it's going to get. Clubs don't want to release top players. They don't want to release goal scorers, creativity out of their teams going into a season. Yes, money talks, Dan, and you say it all the time. Money does talk, and Spurs could go and throw money. And
then
you've got
proven right. How many people argued, Dan, that money don't talk and you can't buy big players and whatever and that?
Well, we've been proven.
Money talks.
Yeah, it does. But again, Dan, why has it come to a grinding halt? Why has it been 6-7 weeks since our last big signing? I can't answer that. And I'm sure at the end of this window, Lange or somebody will come out from the club and explain it to us, And I don't want to see this again like we did in January. A Lange coming up saying, well, the right player weren't there. Come on, you've had all summer. You've had before summer to plan for these attackers.
Other clubs doing it.
In what
I
sense,
think the most annoying thing about Spurs, I mean, everyone can count the past 25 years. Yes, football side, massive. The blueprints have been built at Spurs. Whether you want to admit it or not, Levy has built us the blueprints that if ENIC now wish to, we can be one of the biggest clubs in the world. Football quality size, not just club size. The annoying thing is, the way I describe this to Dan, the way I describe this to people, Dan, look at it like a book. You've got the football side, you've got the business side. Now cut that book in half and just throw the football bits to the side, our football history. Forget with the football side, Look at us on the business side. Go through everything that we make on the business. Go through the amount of income we've got through fans. We've got one of the biggest fan bases. We've got a much bigger fan base than fucking Newcastle and Aston Villa. Much bigger. We're one of the...
I think we've grown. I think Newcastle, I think we've always had. Villa, due to their kind of not winning anything for a while. I know they went on and won the Europa League last season. But again, commercial-wise... You know, around the world, Spurs have grown.
And what has done that?
What has done that? Building the stadium. Yeah, that stadium.
We're all known in America. Go over to any other country in the world. How many Spurs flags? How many Spurs shirts would you see compared to Newcastle and Villa?
Oh, sure.
It would outweigh it a lot. But you look at the fan base we've got. We got a big fan base. The income we've got through that stadium, having one of the best stadiums on the planet, with every bit that goes with it. You actually look at the income that we have, the business side of Spurs. You'd actually look at that and you'd think they're up there with Liverpool. They're up there with Man U. They're up there with Real Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, PSG. Now, people say, how the fuck am I saying that? I've put the football bit aside. I'm just looking at the income and the business side of us. Business side of us, we are an elite club. We are up there with the best. Why do we even get considered into going into this big European league that they want to make? It's not because of our football club size, like as in football. What have we done in football? Nothing really that special, winning leagues and everything else. We've been a cup club. But we get asked to come into those sort of things. Why? Money makes the world go round. Now you put the business bit aside and you look at the football side, it don't match, does it?
No.
We're not an elite club. We're barely even a big club. We're a tier 2 club. And people don't like hearing it.
And I think it's this here I've got here, what I saw today as well. I'm sorry, it's not very well cut out on there. It's oh no, that's about prediction of the season. I saw something today, mate, of that, why we're top 6 club points tally. We're there. We are top 6 club points wise, So we are a top 6 club, but we haven't pushed on. Mate, and now is the time to push on. They've got to do it. You can't. There's no excuse anymore, Dan. There's no excuse anymore, and we've made a start, but they're floundering a little bit in the market. Nothing new there. And then I always go back to who's making the decisions at recruitment level. And if we got better, good enough football operators, I question it. Yes, getting Tonali, great. Fernandez, great. And then I even think about it even more, Dan. You know, I really look into all of those signings and think, okay, can Spurs get those signings? Newcastle on the way down, West Ham relegated, Dubravka's nothing special, Robertson declined from Liverpool, they wanted him out. Have we really gone to a top club and got a top player out of them? We're pushing with Savinho from City, but even some of the fans are not even convinced by Savinho because of his output.
No.
So the question is, I think when it gets to the point where Spurs actually take a player in their prime from a top team in Europe or the Premier League, then that will tell you something is changing. We ain't done it yet. I mean, Newcastle, you can argue that yet. Tonali, top player from them, but they're in a bit of a state, aren't they, Newcastle? They've got to kind of reevaluate how they're going to kind of move forward. They haven't got the revenue streams. They're struggling. Yeah, the rules and all of that, like you said.
That is my point. They will not overtake us in business size. The only way they will build is by finishing consistently in the Champions League to give themselves spending money. The FA Cup ain't going to do that for them.
Nah.
And getting a new stadium. Why is it even a top 6? One reason and one reason only. Because you've got to put Spurs in there. Yes, we've got a history of winning cups, not leagues. But income-wise, we are an elite club. That is why we are rated in the top 10 clubs in the world. Purely because of income. Not because of what we've succeeded in football.
Nah, mate.
Not the way I see it anyway.
No, I get it. I totally agree with you, man. And Norman in the chat is agreeing with you here, mate. Sadly, we used to be a cup side playing entertaining football. Now we do neither. Don't count rubbish Europa League. Can't argue with it, man. Really can't argue it. And just keep going in the chat a little bit. We got Matt in the chat. Evening to you, man. We'll end up with loan players. Yeah, well, if the club can't get the business in, we'll have to. And then this is interesting, Dan. I don't know what you said about this. I'm going to ask you in a sec, but going by Osman, now certain YouTubers think it's unrealistic where we are at a stage to finishing 17th, not in Champions League. We can't get them. We ain't got no goddamn right to sign an Osman. But I say this, and sorry, Dan, I'll bring you in a sec. What I do say this, clubs who want to build, who want to be serious, they got to go out and get a star name. They got to go out and get a star name and start somewhere. So why not an Osman or another player who's going to be guaranteed going to light up our ground, our team, our season? Give De Zerbi killers, goal scorers. You know that you're going to go into a game, right? And even if you're not playing particularly well, you've got that killer there. You can score at any moment and win you a match. Dan, sorry, mate. Come in, go for it.
That's all right. What right did we have to go and sign Tonali? What right did we have to go and school Manchester United, the third biggest club in the world, with probably the third biggest fan base as well? What right did we have to go out and school them?
Yeah.
They just couldn't offer the amount of money that we offered. How'd you buy something? Okay, they've offered 75. There you go. There's 85. It's no different to Google in that. Google. It's no different to eBay in that aspect. Whoever offers the highest money usually wins. Okay, the player might want to go there more, but if the club ain't going to sell more because there's 15, 20 million offered more on that side, where's the club going to turn it? We went and schooled Manchester United, and nobody can tell me they did not want Fernandez. Are you telling me they're happy with Tielemans over Fernandez?
Well, they're now they're happy. The Man United fans are now happier with Santos.
Of course they will be happy now. Yeah, of course they'll be happy now, but they were pissed. We just finished 17th back to back, missed relegations twice.
Yeah, it's good.
By 2 points. And we went and got Tonali and schooled Manchester United on Fernandez, a player they extremely wanted, was willing to pay 75 mil for.
Yeah,
we've got the money to do it. We've got the blueprints, Dan, to be an elite club.
But Dan, doesn't it make you even more frustrated and like,
yes,
yeah, but go and do more then. If you've shown it, you've started it, go and finish it off in this window, right? There's players out there. People say as well, there's not enough. There's a shortage of strikers. There's a shortage of left wingers, goal scoring left wingers. There with good scouting. Arsenal went and picked up a bargain, didn't they, from the Belgian league? right?
Exactly.
Yeah, who knows? He might have a crap season. He might not cut the mustard.
Yeah.
Who knows? But they're not going to sign any old player, are they? When they've just won the league, they must have really done a good search on that player and really looked into him to think, can he fit in there? He's gone straight into the side. Yeah,
There's
gone straight in there.
They've got no reason to. They've now got a squad where they can basically do what other squads were able to do, like a Man City, like a Liverpool, like a Man United, whatever, like a Chelsea at one point. And that's just make sure it don't stagnate. 2 players in, 2 players out. That's all they got to do now for a good couple of years. That's all they got to do. They've built themselves to that, and like it or not, they've earned it.
Yeah, they got there in the end, didn't they? Yeah,
I'd say Arsenal have earned.
You've got to praise their owners. You've got to praise the owners. You've got to praise their change in football director, bringing in Berta to even up them up another level. It's Berta, right? Isn't it? He's there now. Yeah, I'm right.
I don't know names of that,
I'm
but
tired,
we just get the crap of Vinay from them. Yeah, in that aspect, mate. It's there for the taking. It really is. It is there for the taking.
And there's been a lot of changes, isn't there? There's been a lot of changes internally. And, maybe we are, like you said earlier in the show, Dan, maybe we're expecting too much too soon. But then again, I think, no, they got money there. They know the striker forward problem for the last couple of seasons. They know the injury-prone players in attacking midfield and up front. We've got Tell starting left, Richie up front, and probably Mikey Moore at the weekend, and we're going into the season 4 days away. It's just it's unacceptable, man. I'm sorry. Good summer transfer so far, but leaving this like that, going into Kudos might make it suddenly. He might play a part of the game.
Might do.
Maddison might, Solanke, God knows what's going on with him. Yeah, man. Honestly, I'm just frustrated, mate, because it was such a good start to the window, and I thought finally, the club are doing, and this is what we always do, and this is why there's so many fans so pessimistic about a change. Has there been real change? Have we shown enough ambition? Yes, you could say fair enough. Tonali, Fernandez, Van Heck, Senesi, yeah. Some will say Robertson, yeah, okay. But that forward line, it stinks, man. It's stunk terrible for the last 2 seasons, and the club have got to find solutions and fast. I was saying this the other day, and I don't know if I said it on the show or in a WhatsApp group or whatever. I said they've got to get them in by tomorrow, Wednesday. They've got to get them in, so they at least give them a few days in training with De Zerbi.
Yeah,
it's not happening. It's not happening, mate.
I don't see it happening. Do you know what the another annoying thing is? You don't have to spend £100 million to get a good player. You don't. It's only if you want to shop in the Premier League, and that's all we seem to do. That's all we've done. Now, I get it. You want Premier League proven players. And this is the last thing I'll go to because I've got to shoot. Go do some fucking shopping in Europe where we are.
Yeah.
There's plenty out there. There's plenty out there. There's plenty of fish in the sea, and that's what scouts are there to do. I mean, if you want to be real, Dan, me, you, or anybody on here could have done that shopping that they did. Could have picked those players that they did. It wasn't exactly hard.
No, exactly, mate. 100%.
So are they being lazy? Are they doing what De Zerbi said in the aspect of I want Premier League proven players? I could understand that as well. But come on, we're at that point now where we need to improve up front. Maybe we need to go shopping elsewhere. And you won't be paying 100 million for players unless you go for someone
as well. And just going to Peter in the chat, evening to you, man. We will sign 2 average attackers. I'm certain Sav and Gakpo are not happening. And I get your worry. Same here, mate. Honestly, if we do sign Dan, and quickly before you jump, last comment of the night from you. If we do sign 2 average attackers, what are you going to say, mate?
Is average better than what we've got? I'd say so. But then one thing people complained about for so long was that we just go and waste the money on shit. Richarlison, Solanke, Gray, stuff like that. I mean, seriously, the money we have spent up there is absolutely diabolical. So would people rather that we just went and spunked it and took a chance on another Richie, or just didn't actually spend it and waited until we could spend it wisely? Or went and improved ourselves somewhere else in the team? Because that's all people do is complain about that we spend it on crap. So do we take that chance again with an average player? Is it worth it?
Look, now I won't be happy. I won't be happy. But again,
Exactly.
It's not good enough. It's not good enough though, Dan, mate. They've had enough
No, I
time to
agree.
get first choice, second choice, third choice. There's forwards out there, quality forwards, and then you've got the money, and then it goes back to the people running the recruitment. Failed.
I think the biggest problem is like the scouting system now, and it depends what it wants. But anyway, mate, cheers for having me on. I've got to show.
Dan, mate, I
go.
appreciate
still
you, buddy, mate. Give us a shout when you're going. Yeah, cheers when you're going live, mate. Next, give me a shout, mate. I'll do my best to come on Dan's channel, mate. If you're not subscribed, go and give him a sub. Big up to you, mate. Take care, mate. I hope you feel better, man.
Take it easy. See you later, everyone. Take care, mate.
See you later.
Cheers for having me on.
Good night. Cheers, mate. Big up to everyone in the chat. Just me now. I put the link in, but it is late. People have got work. They've got to get up in the morning. I get it. Maybe someone will join us, maybe someone will not. But there's plenty of comments to get through in the chat. And I even talked about Brentford tonight. Brentford was on the agenda. It was a preview of Brentford, and unfortunately, Nige done his own work on that one, and unfortunately, he's had to go. We've had a lot to talk about tonight. That's a lot to get through. It's been a great show. Big up to everyone still in the room. 95 in here. If you can smash the like for us, subscribe if you're new to the channel, be much appreciated. Yeah, we got Adrian in the chat. Adrian's coming in. Adrian, man, now
you live all on your own. You know what I mean? I've been listening to the show, and I was actually cross bouncing from your show to Benji's show, and because trying to get his numbers up. So yeah, so we'll see how that goes if these guys get up, you know. So
Adrian, appreciate you coming on, mate. You're always welcome on the channel. I've got to get on yours, mate, at some point, mate. It's been long overdue, mate. We've got to get on there. We'll set a date, mate. We'll work it out.
But Sunday though. Fridays are always usually booked, but I've got the two new podcasters on this Sunday.
Yeah.
Spurs Syndrome and is it Therapy or I've
had Anthony.
Yeah. So I've got them coming on with Sion.
Yeah, look, we'll sort it out September, mate. It's a busy this whole YouTube, mate, you know, because you go on other people's channel, people come on yours, and you got to return the favor.
Yeah,
and it's about and the diary's getting busy, mate. I've got a show booked on someone else's channel in a couple of weeks. Yeah, so it's all go.
Yeah, and you know as well as I do, let's have a sip of tea. That once the games get going, every man and his dog are going to come on your shows.
Oh, mate, there's always people to come on, mate. It's it's great. It's great, and it's you want to get the right mix of guests on, and it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to get book guests in. Everyone's busy. Everyone's got their own channels to run, and then there's people who watch and come on shows and don't have their channels. And a big up to everyone, man. Big up to everyone who supports me on my channel. Appreciate you. Well, look, I want to go to the chat, Adrian, before I bring you in, because there's so many comments to get through.
Yeah, I'm just checking these while you're doing that.
Yeah, you do that, mate. Yeah, if there's any breaking news, any bombers this time at night, probably not. Scott in the chat, mate. Big up to you, mate. What about Noosa on the left wing? Well, if it was him and a couple more experienced players, I'd be happy with. Noosa on his own. I'm not convinced, mate. His goals are not, his assists and output are not great, but he's a talented young player there. Could De Zerbi improve him? Yeah, for sure. But interesting one, Scott. I wouldn't completely roll him out, but I would hope to better than that, man. But the markets, and it's getting so close to the start of the season and the end of the transfer window, the availability of players is dropping. It's dropping, isn't it, Adrian?
Yeah. It's very close. I mean, I'm just curious on the fact that where am I? Sorry, I'm back. Right. Yeah, I'm just curious as to if we are still that interested in Savinho, something must be happening. Otherwise, we would have moved on. And we haven't moved on. So that's the thing that perplexes me. We haven't moved on. So why haven't we moved on if there isn't a deal to be done? Because if there wasn't a deal to be done, or everyone suggested loads, then we should have moved on, shouldn't we, Dan? So we don't know what's happening, though, do we? Let's be fair. We're speculating and like, we don't know. We know he put in a transfer request 21 days ago now, soon to be 22. We know that he took all his links to social media with Man City offline. He's been giving thumbs up to Spurs players and Luca Williams, Barnett's goal at the weekend. So he's obviously, he wants game time. He's not happy with City. And now we sort of think, well, why? I mean, the only thing that stopped the deal last year was the chairman, wasn't it? He stopped it. Everything was agreed. So, and then you come through to now and you're thinking, like, what's stopping it now? I mean, you showed a lot of Man City's players on earlier, right? And
well, it's midfield, Adrian. It was just the
yeah,
midfield we went on.
Yeah, but look, they even if they lose Rangers and if Rodri goes, I mean, like they've still got a fantastic squad. They can't even field all their forwards. I mean, Mamouche and Foden haven't been getting a great deal of time. All right, one of the wingers might have taken a knock now, but you got Semenyo, you got Docker, you got Amonga. You know, I mean, you know, and like they've got enough. So I don't know what the hold up is, unless it's structural payments or add-ons. I don't know, but I know there were supposed to be formal talks this week, and it looks like that was from the Athletic, and this was so you would expect the deal to progress. I mean, we got rid of 2 unhappy players in Spence and Romero for whatever reasons they wanted to leave. Spence again, game time. So I don't think Man City want to keep an unhappy player. Maybe they've increased what we offered them last year. And
he signed a new deal, mate. You know that last season.
Yeah, he did.
He signed a new deal.
That only kept him happy for a while. When he realised he wasn't getting more game time, he's unhappy again, isn't he? So he wants out. No one else will come in for him. I don't think anyone else would be foolish enough to pay the amount of money we'll pay for him, because he's a 55 million pound player.
I agree
we might end up paying 70. You've got Brazilian outlets saying it's 85. Maybe Man City have upped the price because of this hyperinflation in the transfer market, Dan. They may be pulling one. Spurs might say
they're not doing us no favours, Adrian. They remember what happened with Kane. Yeah.
Yeah.
They wanted him. And you know, they don't want to improve. They can see Spurs and they can see the money they're spending. They see they've got a talented manager. They've got a new manager themselves, so they don't really want to give the upper hand to other teams. But I mean, maybe it's a conversation around the price. 85 million for Savinho it's way too much, man. And I know we're getting desperate, but if we're paying 85 million plus or whatever, even 70s at a push, I'm expecting a player to come in with output, and he ain't got enough output in the last 2 seasons. Fair enough. You know, he's been shifted to the right, shifted to the left. You know, Pep has played him in different positions, expected different things from him. Yeah, I get that. Maybe his kind of growth as a player has been, you know, stopped to some certain point. But I mean, City, they are looking at midfielders, central midfielders. If they, Adrian, I don't know if you know, but if they confirm the signing of the Moroccan player, Wayne said in the chat earlier that they have 85 million for the name's lost now. Begins with B.
Not Azazulu, is it?
No, it's the deep midfielder.
Oh yeah, the good that played well in a World Cup. Yeah, I remember him. Yeah,
good on the ball.
Young,
yeah,
very young.
Yeah,
no, he looks a quality player.
City are doing business, Adrian. Maresca came out and said after that Charity Shield defeat that they are bringing in players. So maybe they're waiting to bring them in, like Liverpool were doing with Gakpo. Then they may release them. It is frustrating as a Spurs fan. De Zerbi must be pulling his hair out, you know, because he told us there was a bomber coming, didn't he? He told us, and it ain't come through, is it? And then
when we waited with eager anticipation to get Fernandes in and Tonali, we sort of went. It didn't take us long, but we sort of went through. The fan base went through similar frustrations, you know, and eventually. And the thing was, cards were kept close to their chest. To say one thing about the recruitment team, they're either doing nothing or they're doing a lot behind the scenes, and they don't tell us. And we shouldn't actually expect transparency, because that can affect the way the deals are arrived at. But yeah, I think we get him. I think we'll get him, just because he's putting a transfer request and all that. I mean, he'll lose bonuses for doing that. That's why players don't normally rock the boat, because they lose all their bonuses and stuff like that. So I'm happy with the windows so far, but we need to fret the front line, which is Pence. I mean, what we've done in midfield at the back, I really like Van Hecker as well.
But Adrian, I just want to come in here with you, because you are you are an optimistic, positive fan. You back the club. You know, you want them to do the best as possible. When you see the work they've done in the transfer window, and like, yeah, your optimism and you're positive for the season. But the more it goes on, Adrian, I've been watching you on shows. You're questioning it, mate. You're thinking, what the hell is going on here after this good start? And even the most positive fan in the world surely is questioning the kind of incompetence right now. That 4 days away to the start of the season, we're going to have Mikey Moore. Well, you might love Mikey Moore, but he's not. He shouldn't be starting first game of the season. Richie up front and Tell. It's just not good enough. And Brentford is going to be a bloody hard game. And I want to move on to Brentford shortly, Adrian. I want to move on. But any final thoughts on transfers? Gakpo, anybody else that you know that Spurs have been linked to today, and you're kind of in your world, because I know you have a good look at it and coming in and that.
But we know that like it's the recruitment team, whether it's Langer, Vinay with the purse strings, De Zerbi, and Moyson seems to be one that signs the deals off from the City group. Like, so with that recruitment team, they will have, look, they won't just be in for 2 players. They would have had talks with other clubs about players and probably have deals that they could probably sign off quickly if they have to. I mean, we have to hope that. Should the worst happen, we have to hope that. I mean, otherwise, what you've been doing all this time, right? So, so that's that. On to Brentford, we're going to have to. It's hard to ask fans to be patient. We've had a patience tested since Poch has gone, in my opinion, right? 518 days without a signing, absolute disgrace. But Brentford, we played them 5 times away in the Premiership. We beat them once and drawn 4. The record's not bad, but it's, when you look at the team, you think where the goal's going to come from. De Zerbi ball could click. And also, we've all assumed that what the team will be. But I wonder if there'll be any surprises in the lineup. You wonder if Udogie's been kept quiet, but I still think Robertson starts. I think Porro starts. I'm not worried if Van der Ven needs more rest because I like Senesi and Van Hecke. You got King, that's okay. The midfield, I think Tonali and Fernandes will start.
I do agree.
The 10 position, it wouldn't surprise me if Maddison's back. Wouldn't surprise me if he's back for that, which would be good.
Lubo, I spoke to Lubo at the weekend. He reckons Kudos, Maddison, and Porro will be starting. He didn't say about VDV, to be honest. He says he's not ready yet. But as you said there, Senesi, you slot straight in there, which is great. But look, I just want to go to Peter in the chat here, and then I want to go to you, Adrian. Transfer window 4 out of 10. What's your rating of the transfer window so far, Adrian?
I'd give it an 8 because it's been our best transfer window ever. The only thing which took the gloss off it is the fact that we haven't fixed the forward line. But if you look at getting in, anyone told me we'd have got Tonali and Fernandes in this window, I'd have said you need your brains tested, right? Seriously. And then getting 2 quality defenders in Senesi and Van Hecke. And Robertson, you've seen what he do his crosses. We might only have him for a couple of seasons. But if he stays fit and healthy, he'd be all right. Right. So this has been our best transfer window under Enoch so far.
My view on it, Adrian, and we can see things differently. We agree some things are not in others. For me, right now, is a 5.
It's subjective. It's opinions, isn't it?
It's a 5, and I tell you why it's a 5. Right back, they ain't got cover. I'm not having Gray as cover for right back. I mean, centre back, we know right side is centre back. We ain't got another ball playing centre back to come in to cover Van Eyck, so we're short there. Van Eyck gets a serious injury, we're in trouble. Dan So can't do it. He's all right coming in now and then. Certain games he'll be fine. Yeah, but if I'm looking at Spurs, no, we're not on the right centre back. He's a left centre back, mate. Yeah. So that's a question. Robertson still got a bit of convincing for me. I mean, the signs I've seen in pre-season, maybe he'll be all right. But again, questions defensively. Going forward, great cross. More reliable than Doggy, 100%. But it's for him to play most of the season and Doggy can't keep fit. Question marks there. I think we need another centre midfielder. And I think we've got questions on the attacking midfield with Maddison, Kulu. You don't know if they're going to stay fit. Cover at right wing, yes, Kulu maybe, but it's the same problem as the number 10. And then we got the forward line, which is shocking. Solanke, Richarlison, injury prone, not clinical enough. Tell on the left, maybe Tell explode, as some of the fan base think. But for me, so many question marks. And because we haven't got the forwards in. I mean, we've done well getting players out. We've got well getting players out. So the score for getting players out would be higher. But when we're talking about incomings and improvement, I think it's a 5 for me. And I hope they prove me wrong. I hope they sign a couple of good players before the end of the window, and then my score will go up.
Yeah, I judge the window and who we've brought in. We all know we're not going to get all the work done this window, but on judging the quality of players that we've brought in, I judge the window on that. I know there's gaps, right? So especially the forward line. So I judge it on there. The other issue, which might be affecting us, I don't know, because we haven't got any more sales out, is the fact that we've got, if you bring Gatco and Savinho in, you've got 19 foreign players and you can only have 17. Now, we can get away with that because at the moment Simmons and Odobert are injured. But then you'd have that problem in January. That problem will rear its ugly head. So this is the issue we've got now, bringing players in, and where we get held to ransom by other clubs when they know where we're stuck in the squad foreign quota ratio, right? So to me, I mean, we need to shift Sarr out of this team then, yeah? Or if we could get Richie out, you know, we need to make that room. We shouldn't be in this position because, like, that's poor recruitment in the past, right? So we shouldn't be in this position at all. But we are with the foreign quota, and they've got to juggle this. So we really need to see if we want to get a third player in, and he's not homegrown. We've then got to get another player in this window. If there's late signings, then we need to ship them out. So if we've got who can we get out on that list? You've got Sarr, perhaps even Bentancur might go. You know, if you can't shift Richie. And they can extend his contract for another year to keep his sale price value, because like Spurs got the option to do that. But I would still get rid of Richie and fuck it, give Scarlett a game. I mean, like, I would.
I mean, if there's an offer on the table for Richie, even though we ain't brought the forward in, I would take it because we might not get that offer again. You know, we can't lose out, and the club have got to work hard to bring in more forwards. Sorry, this guy in the chat here, big up to you, man, MJA. Maybe it's a spelling thing, but never heard of this player. Never heard of him. A few people in the chat. Another player here, Sonny's bring up. Who's this here?
Oh, and Dye at Liverpool.
Who?
Everton, sorry. And Dye at Everton. The winger.
Again, he looks great in moments. Hasn't got the output for me. I don't know. I don't know about him. Adrian, you like him?
He looks good, but I mean, you know, I haven't seen enough of him. If rumours about him were gaining gravitas, naturally I'll go out and get the videos and bombard everybody. And what I do is like throw in the videos, don't comment, look, have a look, make your own mind up on the players. Like, you know, I like Azazulu at Real Betis. I like Said Elmala in Germany. You know,
his move fell through, didn't it, Adrian? He was moving to somewhere and it fell through, right?
There's Nusa, there's the two Norwegians, Nusa and Sheldrup.
Yeah.
I thought Sheldrup was better than Nusa. Everyone's raving about in the World Cup. I thought he looked better. I remember Nusa fouled a medical at Brentford, but he must be over that. So, yeah. There are lots of wingers out there. Lots of wingers.
There are. And Luca in the chat, big up to you, Luca, mate. I hope you're good. Adrian, you can't be at least a little bit disappointed when signing any forward. He said that, Luca, he has said that he is disappointed. And Tonali, since Tonali, that signing, it was 6 weeks ago. Let's just keep going for the chat. I want to try and get the chat up involved in here. Got Big Vic in the chat. Evening to you. I'm getting a bit of feedback here. I don't know what that is. Right, stop now. What a player would have been for us. He would have been reverted at Spurs. I've missed that there. Let me scroll forward. We've got Spurs Nepal in the chat. Evening to you as well. Who are they talking about in there? Let's wind the chat back a bit. They're talking about someone. JJ Akocha.
It's probably 50.
Yeah. That's right, Adrian. JJ Akocha interview reckons that Levy turned down the chance to praise him away from the mighty Bolton. I didn't know that, man. Yeah, JJ Akocha, what a player. What a player in the day. Yeah, man.
One thing, you know, that there's no way De Zerbi, as much as Leal's a world beater on his day, right? He's not a De Zerbi player because he doesn't track back. I think that's a bit of an issue with someone like Rashford, whose stats are mental, right? He doesn't track back either, you know. So this is why I think everyone in that team, apart from the goalkeeper, has got to be able to work their socks off, basically. Yeah, Machina Joe. Big up, Machina Joe. See you about lots of
Yeah,
podcasts.
big up to you, mate. He's been in the show all night, man.
Right,
Big
okay.
up to you, man. Big on the show. Big up to everyone in the chat. Smash the like button if you haven't already. Go and subscribe to Adrian's channel. I'll get it up shortly as well, man. Peter in the chat says we should have gone for Brobby from Sunderland. I mean, yeah, it's just any name now, isn't it, to get into Spurs to improve us. Now it's getting so close now to the end of the window. Late move for Brobby, Adrian. Take him.
Late move for Osimhen. Robbie, he's just a battery. I mean, like, what? He's no difference to Richie, really, in my opinion. I mean, where are all these number 9s? As Sava was saying in shows, there's lots of forwards out there. Yeah, I get you can mention Trisoldo, right? Others, these young kids, right? And we may have to take a chance on one of them. Who knows? But the only really, other than that, you know, you'd have to go and look. Well, go and have a look at. I'd be looking at like who's in the academies or the reserves at like Real Madrid and Barcelona, you know, or PSG that like you could prize away, right? Maybe there's a striker there, like, you know, so that you know that you can get in. Or it's not the end of the world to get a loan in, Dan, is it? To get a top class player in on loan from one of these top academies abroad. So,
mate, it's getting too close for comfort, man. For me, it's too close for comfort. Big up to Anton in the chat as well. Adrian, the night owl.
Big up,
he certainly is. Big up to you, mate. And we got Cole in the chat. Evening to you, new to the show. Subscribe, good stuff. Cheers, mate. Much appreciated.
Well
done, thank you very much. Look, you know, there's so many channels. Everybody's going for it. The season's starting. We're all doing our bit. Our channel's slightly different guests, different styles. It's all good fun, mate. Yeah, try and get everyone involved. Try and get the chat involved as much as possible. It's hard when you've got a big panel. But when there's just Adrian or, you know, or just one other person, yeah, we can get the chat involved, man. Some fantastic comments tonight in the chat. Big up to everyone. Honestly, there's been some really good comments. I really appreciate it. It's really kept the show different as well, you know, because I had a plan. But, you know, you just go everywhere. You know, it's just good football chat.
Benito's Hotel. I don't want that Pratt rubber.
We've got Spurs Fiji in the chat as well. Subscribe from Fiji. There you go. The later you go, you get the international crowd coming in. Big up to you, man. Appreciate it. Let's see what Sonny's saying here. Big up, Sonny. You've been in here a while as well this evening. Big up to you, mate. Bobby, best Premier League striker we can realistically get. I mean, Watkins, Adrian,
better than him. Nicholas Jackson's better than him.
Nicholas Jackson, mate. He needs a lot of chances to score. Not the most clinical player. For me, no way. And I don't think Chelsea will do business with us. Look, there's another comment here I wanted to bring up. You know, did you hear the news about Watkins going to Saudi, Adrian? You seen that today?
No, a young Watkins would really suit De Zerbi ball, though, coming in behind, you know. But I think that's why we wanted Krupi. But that's not going to get done this year now, is it? He's going to have to come back at Christmas and then he's going to have to prove his fitness. Yeah.
They're talking about Machine Joe's talking about Leo misses a lot of easy chances. Leo Modric passes a perfect through ball for him, and Pulisic, and they both miss. I watched Serie A. Leo doesn't help when they don't have the ball. No, he does. He's Leo. There was a lot of talk about him a few weeks ago, right? But we turned it down. I think Spurs turned the opportunity down. He was offered to Leeds. He's still at AC Milan, I think. AC Milan are still trying to get him out. He's not in Almerin's plans. Yeah, that's what the latest I know.
I would take Pedro Neto over Lau. You got Yilmaz as well in it, and Yildiz.
From Juventus. Well, they want the less. He's a star player there, isn't he? Yildiz. And they don't have a lot of money. Juventus there. They couldn't even afford. What's his name from Villa? The goalie, Martinez.
Yeah, they couldn't put it off.
Dirt cheap, isn't it, Vicario? Option to buy 8.5 million, man. Madness.
But we need to. He's a foreign quota play. See, this is where we've been stuck.
I take it, Adrian. I say we need to move them on. It's just what it is, isn't it? It's the market, and we just need to shift them out, move out a non-homegrown player. Thomas in the chat, man. How you doing, buddy? I'll take John Binstead. What a baller. Plays in the Romanian league. Never heard of him, man. Never heard of him.
What do you think on the Bergvall situation? I mean, De Zerbi's played him a lot, wants to keep him sweet, would like to keep him.
Hey,
Newcastle bid 46 million. If we get offered 60 million, I think we'd bite the hand off and take it. I think we'll sell him.
again, Adrian, if we're going to sell Bergvall, yeah, which I'm all for selling him if he's not going to get game time, if he wants to move. De Zerbi has said, if you don't want to stay around, you can have a move. Go and speak to Vinay, go and speak to Lange. Yeah, he said that openly about.
Yeah.
The thing is he said, I like you, Bergvall, but there's no guaranteed starter. You've got to go and prove it on the pitch. So he's given him matches in pre-season friendlies. He's been playing. You know, it's mixed opinion, Adrian. You might have another opinion to me on Bergvall. People like it that he progresses the ball. He moves it up forward. Does he release it quick enough? No, he doesn't. That needs to be developed. I mean, he was very dangerous against Hoffenheim. One fan would say, wow, look at him. Turned around 3 players and brought it out the pitch. This is a pre-season friendly against Hoffenheim. Premier League, you can't do that, man. Adrian, you cannot do that close to goal. You will get bullied off the road. You get bullied off the ball. And yes, he might get away with it sometimes, but I don't like it. And it's a risk for me.
He does give away balls in risky areas of the pitch, right?
100%.
He is a ball carrier, which is probably. I said I would like to have seen him in that Hoffenheim game. I'd like to have seen Gallagher alongside Tonali, and then Bergvall push forward in forward position where if you lost the ball, it's not so critical, right? So that's what I'd like to have seen. Move him into the 10, he can carry the ball. Look, lots of teams play without a 10. Most of them haven't got a 10 in the Premier League, have they? You know, if you want another 10, go and Nick Grealish for a couple of seasons or something like that and get him to play there if you're worried about Madison. You know, if you want an experienced player, and he would be homegrown as well, and he'd give us 8 then, right?
100%.
Other than that, you know, if the fat Greek Marinakis wants Bergvall, well, okay, we'll sell him to you if we get Morgan Gibbs-White. I'm going to throw some money on top or whatever. Well, you don't do swap deals nowadays because it's not allowed under the rules, but yeah. And then go for Gibbs-White. But that wouldn't fix the forward line. So, yeah, it's just maybe they're going to pull some rabbit out of the hat here quickly. I mean, we will bring in players towards the end of this window, but we need them in ASAP, don't we? We will bring them in. We're not going to.
Well, we're going to move away from it, Adrian. We've been talking all night about transfers and the frustrations there. We're going to move on to the Brentford game. I know we touched on it a little bit. Andrew in the chat, evening to you. Been saying for weeks now the window is done and desperate to selling players is fire sale for the balance books, and that's another way of looking at it. Adrian, Andrew, I see it like that. I really do. On the face of it, it looks like that. But then again, I'm happy that we're shifting out players and I'm happy that we're bringing in money. You know, there is rules that they've got to adhere to. So that makes me then think, well, there's loads of money there. There's loads of money to go out and get a couple of top forwards from Europe, from Premier, maybe not so much the Premier League now, but there's talent out there, Adrian. There's no excuse in my book. I don't want anyone coming in, but there's got to be players better than what we've got, man. There's just no excuse. What's gone on? What's happened? We'll find out probably after the window is shut. We'll get a statement out. We'll get an interview out from Lange probably, who's kind of looks like he's taken a little bit of a back step in this transfer window. It maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I kind of hearing. De Zerbi taking a big role in the recruitment. You got Vinay there. You got that bloke from City.
Morrison,
closing deal, but Morrison doesn't scout the players, does he?
No.
He goes in there and closes the deal.
Yeah. I mean, what would be happening is that they'll have lists. They'll have their list of 1s or 2s or 3s and the positions they want, right? And that would have been sorted ages ago. So obviously we know the priorities are Savinha and Gakpo at the moment, right? So they're the priorities to get in. And then I don't know the second and third choices, if none of us do. And they keep I mean, we just got to wait and see what happens. Obviously, we'd like a bomber this week, you know. So, but is that? I mean, my instinct told me we would get the agreement from the City board this week on Savinha, because they're not usually slow in getting their signings in City, are they? They're not usually slow. I mean, so if they've got their eyes on players, I mean, Will they go back for Fernandes at Chelsea because Maresca was there with him after spending that money on Elliot Anderson? As soon as they get a player in, I think they want to take some money off of us. So
I like Ben. Big up Ben in the chat, man. I don't want that crap Bobby. He's also said we pay one of the highest per season ticket. I don't care what it costs. Get it done for fuck's sake. Ben, spot on.
Isn't it amazing? I'm not worried about the money we pay because we've got it. We've put ourselves in this situation. Now, Nick, you pay to get us out of it because you haven't invested properly in the squad. With Levy in control, Levy didn't, whoever you want to blame. You haven't done it for years, right? Since Poch, right? We go back to Poch not being backed in 518 days. And then we haven't done the proper due diligence on players because we're bringing on Dembele, for all that money, Lo Celso, all that money. We spent a fortune on rubbish, basically, and like now it looks like there's been a change. So it's got to continue to convince me. And look, we can't go into this season with just Solanke and Richarlison. Solanke's numbers actually aren't bad in 60-odd games. He's got something like 27 GA in 63 games or something.
He's clearly got some niggling injuries that keep coming up. The ankle's back now. And I do worry for Solanke, to be honest. Does he need another op? He did this last season. He put off the op. And in the end, he had to have the op, and he was out even longer. We hardly saw him last season.
Yeah, we were crap. Our medical department should have all been sacked. Maybe they have been. I don't know. But
there has been some changes, but I don't really want to talk about. I want to move on to Brentford now. I've got some information to talk to you guys about Brentford. Please get involved in the chat. I want your comments. Justin, evening to you. Vardy still wants to play. Now we're reaching. Scott in the chat says frontline is Champions League level is terrible. It is terrible. We got this guy in the chat. We came as Romans TV. Silly bugger him with that witty. Oh dear, how you doing, man? Bad apples and all of that. Luca's saying, look, let's talk about Brentford. Let's talk about Brentford, Adrian, and maybe some other comments that come up, and then we'll shut the show down because I can't go on all night. I've been going on since about 8:15, Adrian. I'm tired.
You got energy, man. You got energy. Sometimes I close my shows that I just think, right, hour 30, that'll do it. But then the guests, they drag me on further, and then you feed off them. So like, they go.
Yeah, I'm getting tired now. I am feeling it today, Adrian. I was grafting today, mate. I went round to my mum and dad's and done their garden and done their hedges. They got these huge hedges, and they needed trimming, and it was a big job, man. It took me a few hours, so I'm going to feel it tomorrow. I tell you that much. In the arms, they're going to be aching. But look, let's move on to Brentford preview. It's not long now. Saturday, 5:30. Really looking forward to the season starting. I'm sure you are as well. I'm sure everyone in the chat is. Yes, we have our worries about the team and it's not ready and whatever. We just hope that, De Zerbi can get something going on Saturday. We hope, some of our new signings step up. And yeah, but it's a tough old game. Brentford. They've had a decent pre-season. They've made some clever signings. They haven't sold any big names. They've got a manager there who was there last season, just missed out on Europe by goal difference. Right? They're a team with, they're going to go into this season trying to push for Europe again.
Oh, they take big scalps at their ground, don't they?
Oh, they do. And they'll be up for it against Spurs Saturday night. Yeah. They'll see Spurs not ready, underprepared, going into a season with no new forwards. I think we'll compete with them. I do think we'll compete. But I'm not predicting a Spurs win, I'm afraid. Now, let me say a bit more about Brentford. So they finished 9th last season. They went into the final day capable of qualifying for Europe, but they just missed out. Keith Andrews has kind of deliberately stressed what's it called when you continue something, yeah? So there's been minimal continuity. That's the word, Adrian. He said that Brentford will only recruit players that will fit the culture and the way they want to play. The fan mood at the club is more bullish. In the Guardian's Brentford's fan preview, the view are essentially proper pre-season, clear tactical identity, better suited players, and why not challenge for Europe again, like I've just said. They stated the aspiration was a European place rather than simply another comfortable mid-table season. Fair play to them, man. Brought in Keith Andrews, coach there, stepped up, done a great job, I think. Fantastic last season. And they lost players as well in the summer. Their pre-season has kind of given them a reason for their confidence. They beat Reims 4-2. They smashed Frankfurt 7-0 in their final friendly. And afterwards, Andrew said he was very happy with the entire preparation and that Brentford in a good place. Sade's reaction was even more direct, ready for next week. He's a goal scorer. You know, he's somebody he's a runner into the box, comes in last minute, grabs a goal. Not exactly a dribbler, not a ball carrier. He's a player that finishes chances, similar to Brendan Johnson type player. He is. He gets in the box. He's in the right place. Got some pace. Can get if there's a high line. If they're playing against a high line, he'll get in behind there with a good pass from midfield. Their signings. Mamadou Sangare, who used to play at Lens. This is a big one. It's their club record signing and looks like a serious bit of business for them. And they simply added squad depth. He's an athletic, ball-winning midfielder who was in League One Team of the Season, right? This looks a good signing for them, you know. Lens finished second last season. He's ranked extremely high for tackles, duels, and possession recoveries, but he can also progress the ball forward. This guy, he weren't on my radar. I've got to be honest. When I was looking at midfielders this summer, had many shows about midfielders. He did not come up. They've also signed Jadon Anthony as well, left winger, right winger, playing for Burnley, I think. He scored 8 Premier League goals with 4 assists last season. And despite Burnley being relegated, Andrews believed there's development in him. While Anthony specifically said Brentford's style and the direction of the club attracted him. Yeah, looks like a good little signing there for Brentford, I think. He's another quick, hard-working, wide option rather than a huge name signing. And then they've also signed Callum Wilson on a free transfer as well. And this feels very Brentford-like. You know, he's 34, but they're not asking him to carry the attack. They still got Thiago, so he's back up for them. Wilson scored 7 league goals for relegated West Ham last season, despite starting only 11 Premier League games. I think he had an injury. And Brentford analysis highlighted how affected he remained coming off the bench. Definitely grabs a goal. Experience there. You know, say they need a goal against Spurs on Saturday. He comes off the bench, like a free kick or corner kick. It's always going to be a danger. He's 34, but I don't think it really matters. It's a danger there. It's another option. So, you know, and then it goes on to say, so Spurs are under pressure at 70 minutes. Brentford can potentially bring on a Callum Wilson against a tiring centre-backs, and rather than weakening their attack, strengthen it. And then they've also signed a young centre-back there called, I've never heard of him. And this is just good scouting. It's just their system there at Brentford. You know, they've got a good thing in place there. Only 20, but has already played regularly at Salzburg and has European experience. Andrew sees him more potential development. So their recruitment is very good. So what are they saying about Spurs, Adrian? What are they saying about Spurs at the weekend? So the tone is quite respectful to what Spurs have done in this transfer window. Their assessment of Spurs have done a very good and surprisingly aggressive transfer window. So this is what the Brentford club are saying, or the fans. They say that the recruitment appears to be clear, De Zerbi logic behind it, and that Tottenham now look like a side that should be challenging for top 6 European football. They're particularly impressed by the signing of Tonali, but there's also a clear feeling that Spurs are not the finished article. Brentford preview highlights the uncertainty around Spurs' attack and the changes, the injuries in the defence. The prediction given on Brentford's website and by the Standard, a report at 2-2. Spurs starting strongly with all the excitement surrounding the new era, but Brentford hanging the game and come back into it. Interesting. Very interesting. I wouldn't say it like that, but fair play. They know their team. They know what they're doing. And, you know, this is what their thoughts from an outsider perspective about Spurs, because we're very entrenched with our own opinions and all the different opinions at the club. So the Brentford story really I'll use for the Spurs preview, right, is this is a tough game for both teams, right? And I think that's where we'll stop there now. And we can go on a bit more about Brentford's other danger men. But Adrian, after I said that, any thoughts on it? And in the chat as well, we'll go over it.
I just think that the game smells a draw to me. I mean, we've drawn with them 4 times before and beaten them once. They've never beaten us at their ground in the Premier League. So yeah, I mean, you can make things into, or you don't make anything into it because it's just a new game. It's a bit like we seem to have Man City's number, don't we? Yeah. So the way I see the game, we'll have the majority of possession. They'll be good on the break. And like any team's got a chance from a set piece or a corner, you know. Will we take our chances? I think whoever takes their chances could go on and win this game. But I think it'll be very tight, actually. I think it'll be tight. I could see it ending 1-1.
But Adrian, when I just went over how the club are feeling, the fans are feeling, the signings they've made, they haven't lost no one. They've upgraded, they've improved, they got backup, they got more options. Doesn't that worry you a little bit that it could be Brentford's maybe more favourable for Brentford playing at home? They're good at home. Spurs haven't got forwards. They've got players coming back from injury, not fully fit. Our pre-season, we haven't seen our first team. Aren't you? And I mean, I'm not saying Spurs, Adrian, I'm not saying Spurs won't go on and have a decent season. Maybe we'll warm into it. Maybe come October, November time, we'll push on a bit. But with preparation-wise, Brentford have prepared well. Sometimes with pre-season, you can never go by it. You know, I remember the season, I can't remember what manager it was, where we had a cracking pre-season. We won every game. And when the season started, we were dreadful. Yeah. So it doesn't always, you can't always read too much into it. But going on what Brentford did last season, going on that they just missed out, probably just didn't have the squad, and the injuries probably caught up with them in the end. You know, I'm kind of a bit concerned about this fixture. I'm not saying we can't win or, you know, we can't get a draw. But if I'm looking at a prediction and where both teams are right now, being that it is at Brentford, I'm kind of favouring Brentford on this one.
Yeah, it's subjective. I just think if Tonali and Fernandes are in midfield, that's such. I mean, we will win the midfield battle. Doesn't mean to say they can't score on the break or nothing like that. We will have more possession than them. I mean, them two, that pair is as good as any pair in the Premier League. And I'm talking about the top teams that finished above us. It's as good as any pair, any pivot.
But where's the goals coming from, Adrian? This is the worry, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I should think. I would hope that Solanke's fit and he starts. Maybe he'll get a half, and Richie will get a half.
He's going to be starting Richie.
You're looking at Tel and Mikey Moore, unless
he's going to start Richie. He scored in pre-season. He's played. He's fitter. Solanke ain't had a minute in the last few games. He was there for Chelsea, got injured, came off. It's going to be Richie, right? Richie, you know, he can score, but he needs a few chances, right? And it's depending on, is he going to show up? Is he going to turn up?
Well, Maddison played, didn't he, against Hoffenheim? He was at fault with the goal, actually. but if he's fit at the second, if he's just been looking after him and he starts, that's a big plus. It's a big plus for us. And then is Kudus ready to play a half? Is he ready to start a game? I mean, he's been running and training and all that. I mean,
it's not match fit.
If he's fit,
he can come off the bench, possibly. That's it. He's not going to start. He ain't played pre-season. He ain't played.
Yeah, and then
how can he just start a game like that without one serious competitive game? We've got to be realistic here, Adrian.
No. I go with what you're saying, but you don't know. We don't know if De Zerbi's been keeping his cards close to his chest to on these players, whether they are ready or not. So this is what I'm saying. He might bring some surprises. But at the moment, I would go with the team that I said. You know, it'd be Kinski, Robertson, Van Heck, Senesi, Porro. Porro starts. Tonali and Fernandes.
Did he play the other day? Did Porro play the other day in the friendly?
No,
he hasn't had a game either.
So then you're looking at who are the front four going to be? Well, you know, at the moment it's looking like the front three will be Tel, Richarlison and Mikey Moore. And in the 10 at the moment, you'd say for certain it'd probably be Gallagher, right? But we'll see. We'll see if that is the team. You know, we'll see if Maddison does come into this side.
Who did you say again? Go over that forward line again, Adrian.
I said Tel, Richie, Mikey Moore.
Okay. And behind him, Gallagher.
Well, you'd say that now and what we've seen so far, because we don't know. We don't know the situation with Maddison. You know, we don't know if Kudus is fit to start this game or to come on or have a second half hour or whatever it is. Same with Maddison. You know, we don't know. So, and you know, I should think Mikey Moore's full of confidence. I'm not against him starting. I'm a big fan. So, Richie, oh no, thank you. I don't care how many goals you score. Right, so, and then like Tell, well, he hasn't really done anything wrong. You look at Sean Butler's stats; it says it's similar to Savinho. I still think Savinho's a much better quality on the eye test, because stats are not an exact science, even if they're similar on the stats. Savinho just looks good to me on the eye test. Technically superb. So,
yeah.
But Tell. Well, we haven't got no other choice. We haven't got no other left winger.
Have you seen anything with Tell in pre-season? There's fans raving about him. With Tell, he got a couple of assists the other day, but it was against a very changed Hoffenheim side in that second half. He scored one good free kick. I haven't seen enough to see that there's going to be a massive change if he starts as left wing. For me, again, so many question marks over Tell. I hope he proves me wrong. I really do. I do want players to do well at Spurs, but it looks like he's starting. He's got to produce something. He's got to be more. What he does well, I think, when Tell receives the ball, good touch, controls the ball well, lays it off, doesn't give the ball away too much. He goes on a couple of runs. He might take on a play or two, but when he gets to that final third, Adrian, and I know he had a couple of assists the other day, but I need to see more consistency there with his final ball. Composure. Has he got the football IQ? Has he got the belief, the confidence to really kind of make a statement at Spurs? I don't think so. Right? Again, I hope I'm proved wrong. What have you seen, Adrian? Tell me, have I missed something, mate?
In the first half against Hoffenheim, when he was receiving the ball on the left, he always had two players close to him, right? Two defenders very close to him. In the second half, when he gets it's a bit like Sonny, when he gets air in front of him and he can run at a player, that's when you saw him getting him with 2 assists. There weren't two people closing him down. I like his attitude. He's tenacious. He doesn't give up. If he loses the ball, don't stop him from trying to take a man on again. But he also knows that when he's running a cul-de-sac, I can't do nothing. I've got to pass it back. He does that as well. But so he got 2 goals, 2 assists by, you know,
they were good assists, Adrian. They were good.
And they were good dribbles to get in and get the crosses in. I mean, like, I thought the second Mikey Moore goal was better than the first. The first one he got in front of the defender because he's a natural. He knows he's got an instinct as a striker, Mikey Moore. So he got in front of the defender. I thought the second goal, for a kid, that was a composed finish in the far corner. That was a composed finish. So I like that. So it's about getting with Tell. He's got better in his development. He's got better. He's still, I think he tries too hard. When he gets in front of goal, you've seen him blast it over the bar and things like that. That's a lack of composure to me. So he needs to, but that comes, he's like, he can hold his own in the Premier League, but he's not at the level that we want him to be at. Now, he could stay at the club and smash it this year. Actually, players like Tell and Bergvall, if they do stay, if you don't do it this year, you'll be gone. That's if you don't go in this one. If you don't go in this one, because Real Betis wanted him, Bournemouth wanted Tell. You know, we know there's bids incoming for Bergvall. They'll come in from Newcastle and Forest.
They will. They certainly will.
And so I could see Bergvall going. He's still only going to be a bit player when everyone's fit. So
let's Adrian, you're going back off on the transfers. You're going back on the transfers. Let's get back to Brentford. I mean, we've got to get more end product for him. He's got to be consistent. He's going to have a chance. He's going to have a chance Saturday, 5:30. Prove me wrong. Prove the fans who doubt him wrong. Yeah, prove us wrong. Yeah, we want players to do well at Spurs, but going to Anton in the chat, solid team Brentford. I'd rather felt more confident with a better line, wouldn't we all?
We all
buddy?
would. We all would.
Wouldn't we all? Wouldn't we all? Let's see if there's any other comments about the Brentford game. Just scrolling down here. A lot of people coming in with kind of scouting players here. I mean, fair play to you all. I don't know. Got to say, Stuart Whitehead is a good centre. I mean, I think people on the wind up here, honestly. I think people may be trolling. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But there's some mad comments here. People having a bit of fun out there tonight. Big up to Russell in the chat, mate. How you doing, Russell? Evening to you. Mashing Joe said Brentford battered Everton in both games last season, especially at Hillbilly Stadium. And Brentford, I'll tell you, their attack on Saturday it'll be Sade, Thiago, and Altatara. Lot of pace, quick, physical, work well together. We got to be on our game. We got to be on our game on Saturday. Defensively, that defense, that midfield of Fernandes and Tonali have got to be shutting down lanes, and then they've got to be doing something in the other direction as well once they get hold of the ball. It's a fascinating matchup, Adrian. It's a real good game to start the season of away from home against Brentford. It's going to be a challenge. 100% is going to be a challenge. Brentford is far more settled, Russell, 100%, mate. Sonny's coming up with a guaranteed lineup here. My team is Kingsley, Porro, Van Hecker, VDV if he's fit. I don't think he's going to make it, Sonny. Robertson, Bentancur, Tonali, Fernandes going for 3 in the mid. Bit different there. Sonny, you're going for Bentancur, Tonali and Fernandes and not playing an attacking mid. Or Gallagher, who's kind of can do it up and down. Tell Richie Gallagher. Oh, we know he has that Gallagher in there. He's that Gallagher in there. Where's Gallagher playing in that formation, Sonny? You lost me there. I hope Maddison features in the second half. More realistic, Maddison coming off the bench, I think.
What, a 4-3-1-2 that looks like to me.
Yeah. Let's see if there's any other comments in the chat about Brentford. Anything, any different perspectives in there? Can't see anything. I can't see anything right now. Lots of talking in the chat. Big up to you all. Little bit more on Brentford, guys. I think that's about it, really, of the Brentford game. My starting lineup would be, Adrian, very similar to yours at the back there. Midfield, very similar. I mean, if there is an attacking player who can play in midfield, who's available, I'd have to start them. If that is Maddison, if he's fit, play him. But this is a club decision. This is a De Zerbi's decision. You've got to play your best players. Maybe he can come off after a while, 60 minutes, 50 minutes. How long he can do, I don't know. Club have probably got a plan for him. I mean, and then you've got Tell. Then this is if we don't sign anyone, which I don't think we will. It's going to be Richarlison up top.
He's getting his ideas across, though, De Zerbi, isn't he? I mean,
of course. You can see it. That's all good. And De Zerbi's probably pulling his hair out that we ain't got any decent forwards coming in. Mikey Moore, Mikey Moore, I want him to do really well at the club, coming from the academy. I want him to work for him, but he's young. We can't rely. If he has a bad game, Adrian, we can't be slating him. We can put the blame on the club for having to have to start him because we haven't got alternatives. Kudos, I reckon, come off the bench.
He's not going anywhere until we get him replacements. They've told them. Like he stays.
No, we need some backup on the right wing, man, and left wing, and we need some players in the squad. And the ideal situation is that we got these forwards in, and then we make a decision on more. You make a decision on more, keep him in the first team training. And a couple, Adrian, I get that if that's a decision, he needs game time, and we haven't got Europe, we haven't got enough games. I get it, Adrian. I would loan Bergvall, I would loan Gray, I would load these potential players, but the thing is, the squad is just not strong enough. We haven't done enough. Sarr's still here. I want him out. Bentancur will play a part. Gallagher there, but I can't see Bergvall playing unless Maddison gets a serious injury again, unless Kulu just can't do it. He just comes back and he gets a knock. He's just not the same player. Bergvall may get game time, but I'm a little bit like you, Adrian. I got a feeling that Bergvall will go by the end of the window. And then we need to go and get a midfielder before the close. If Bergvall's going, if Sarr's going, we need another one. 100% need another one. And maybe that's a loan. Maybe that they've got a player in mind and they're just waiting for those deals to go through out, like a Sarr, maybe Bergvall. You maybe have, like you said, Adrian, they may have deals lined up ready to go there, but it's depending on other things. We're not prepared. We're not ready. The recruitment team have done some good work, but they haven't nailed it yet this window.
Yeah. I see Tell staying. I see Bergvall and Sarr going.
Okay.
And the reason for that is because and I've always classed Tell as an inside forward, but I see we need 2 on the left. If we got Savinho in, you still need 2 there. You still need 2 for that to compete for that position. You know, Tell can always play for on the right if we're waiting for Kudus and the Kudus to come back. You know, you still got that. The number 9 spots is an issue. I mean, we've got that Charlton game coming up after this one on the Wednesday, haven't we? I'm going.
Looking forward to that.
That's an ideal time to give, without it being a weakened team, give Scarlett a run out. Give him a run out in the forward position. But will it happen? Probably not, because it depends who starts against Brentford. If it is Richie, Solanke will probably play against Charlton, unless he gets minutes second half against Brentford. It depends how the game goes down, though, doesn't it? You know, what happens with the subs and stuff like that. So, and you know, we're hoping we're going to hit the ground running. It could happen, you know.
Oh, you hope Spurs start off with a win, right? After the last few weeks, it's just been a lot of It's been a lot of complaining from us Spurs fans. It's been a lot of arguments. It's been a lot of disagreements on many channels about, you know, if there's real change at the club. So many things, so many discussions. Everyone's got an opinion. Big up, guys. If you could subscribe to Adrian, please. If you haven't already, go and give him a sub. Go and support his channel. He's going live Sunday night next, mate. Is Friday. Tomorrow, right? No. We're Tuesday. So Friday, few days. Go and give him some support.
I'm hoping we'll be talking about a bomber by then.
Yeah, of course. You'll be praying for it. We're praying. Guys in the chat, smash the like if you haven't already. Really help you. I can't tell you how much it helps the channel. More likes, the YouTube pushes the channels out there more. I'm a small channel. Adrian's similar size to me. The like button does help us all, and if you can, it's free to do. You know, big up to everyone who's joined us tonight throughout the evening. It's been a long show, great show. Thank you to all the guests coming on earlier. Appreciate you all. And I'm going to go live Saturday night. I don't care. I'm going for it. Everyone's going to be live Saturday night after that game finishes by 8 o'clock. Yeah, everyone will be going live, but I'll be going later. I'll be going around 10:30. Hopefully some of those streams will some ended. I'm going to be probably putting a link in the chat, so anybody who can't get on the show earlier in the evening can come on to mine. We'll be talking Brentford. We'll be talking Charlton. We'll be talking the transfer window. And I'll be, you know, trying to get the chat involved as much as possible. So if you're around Saturday night late, come down and watch us, get involved, and support the channel. I'm going to be getting out memberships soon. I've been going on YouTube now. This is coming into my 3rd season now. 2 years on YouTube. You know, loved it, enjoy it. It's my passion. Going to keep going. It's so many good shows coming. Beyond the Lane's back now every Tuesday. I know next Wednesday because of the Charlton game, but it will be Tuesday, 8 o'clock. Different guests on every week. Adrian, you'll be coming on at some point. Different guests. Nige will be running it one week. I'll be running it the next on each other's channel. And look, you know, I'm excited for the season. I hope we have a really good season. But the club need to deliver in this transfer window for me to be happy. I will not be happy if they do not deliver the forwards, and I'll be speaking out like many of us on here. But with De Zerbi, I'm happy he's here. I'm really looking forward to him managing the club next season. I'm really happy with some of the signings. I just pray that the club go on and bet the business and prove me wrong and the doubters wrong, and that we go in and have a really good season. Adrian, final thoughts from you from the night. Thank you for joining us, mate.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know what's going to happen first match of the season. Some teams take a bit of a while to go. Man City always appear to be slow starters in the league, don't they, for some reason or another? It doesn't really make much sense with the squad they've got. But, I'm just hoping we hit the ground running and we take something from this game, you know. And I'm hoping that before we get there, we'll get a new signing who might have to sit on the bench, right? So if it is Savinho who comes in and we get the work permit and him registered in time, I still think he would start on the bench anyway. So, you know, Yeah, I would say at this, because we're undercooked, aren't we? We're not oven ready, Dan, are we, for this? We needed another couple of weeks, didn't we? We wanted another couple of weeks, and
yeah,
because the World Cup hasn't helped, you know. So
no, there's been problems, injuries, all sorts of stuff. There's a lot of changes need to be made to this squad, and I know we'll go back to this, Adrian. We finished 72 seasons running, right? We needed massive upgrades in this squad. A lot of work needed to be done to get us back to being competitive. Now, how far that takes us, I don't know. I don't know. As I said on previous shows, if second part of the season, and this is a big if, and this is if we get the forwards in, even if we upgrade in January as well, and if we're in around European places, we get what we deserve. Yeah, we're there, in and about, and we managed to get some kind of European place. Fair play, right? So it's a much improvement from last season. Work to do, lots of new players to integrate. Lots of question marks, but this hopefully it'll be exciting. Hopefully we'll do better in London derbies. They've been dreadful the last 2 seasons, London derbies. Hopefully we can give Arsenal, Chelsea better games, all the London clubs. Yeah. And then we show some fight, we show some passion. De Zerbi's a passion merchant, definitely is. We've got some good players. This hope Spurs get these players in before the end of the window, and just give me a bit more confidence going into the season. And and that's it in a nutshell. Big up everyone who's watched all night. Big up to you all. Appreciate you all. I'll be back Saturday night, and enjoy the rest of your week. Take care of yourselves, and as always,
give us your score.
Come on, you Spurs.
What's your score? What's your score for Brentford?
I'm sorry, Adrian. With the state of things, I'm going for. I'll be kind. You've convinced me a little bit, Adrian, with what you said. But I'm still going for a narrow defeat. But I hope I'm wrong. I did say the other day, but it was more in jest. A bad defeat. But I think with the new players coming in, I think it'll be competitive. And just hearing what the Brentford fans feel and the club, that they're a little bit wary of Spurs. They think that they're going to come back and Spurs will be leading. But with their fight and their stadium and their fans, they'll get a draw. So I'm going for a narrow 2-1 defeat. Adrian, what's your prediction, mate?
1-1. I think we'll be much stronger defensively. We'll have that block of 4, won't we? You'll have the 2 midfield pivots and the 2 centre-backs behind them, a bit like what they do in Italy in some of the games like that. It's just a question whether Robertson and Porro can chip in with defensive duties as well as bombing on, because they are going to bomb on, you know that, right? They're going to bomb on, right? The pair of them. So, yeah. And so, yeah. I see 2-2 as well. A lot of people seem to fancy 2-2.
1-1 in the chat, Russell. 1-1 in the chat.
Yeah, I'm
big up, Sonny. Scott says it's a tough game. Rob, mate, you've been here all night as well. Appreciate you, mate. Thanks, mate. Thank you very much. And Adrian, I've got to shut the down show. I've got to go to bed. Right, Good night. Good night, everyone. Cheers, Adrian, for coming on. Take care of yourselves.
Right,
Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs.